In the bacon, in the bacon, fat, in the bacon, in the bacon, fat, all tastes like bacon, fat, and it all tastes like bacon, in the bacon, in the bacon, in the bacon, fat, in the bacon, in the bacon, fat, all tastes like bacon, and then you put all tastes like bacon. The mince.
Why are you putting mince?
Because then you've got the girth. That's what you're not getting. That's what you're not getting, Sam. This is what I mean. You've got the girth. That's what you're not getting. That's what you're not getting, Sam. This is what I mean.
Hello, my beautiful queechlings. It's Wednesday. That means it's time for a fucking storybook. How is everybody doing today? How is your Wednesday going? What have you done? Let me know. I want to know in the chat. Who have we got in today? Territory for wavy hair. Yeah, I know. I took my braids out. So yeah, so my hair's all wavy. Because my braids were getting scraggly. Who've we got in the chat today then? We've got Eggy, we've got Nurse, we've got Unknown Mao, we've got Owen, we've got Terror Trooper, we've got Martin, we got Jenkins, we got Hobbit Ibarra. Good to see you all. Fucking lovely to see you all. Gore Crusher, how you diddling? Owen's Liverpool's champion shirt's just arrived. Lovely stuff. Lovely fucking stuff. Ibarra's working. Well, I hope it goes quick for you, mate. Ooh. Sorry, I'm a little late. Sat down, was all nice and ready. Got my vape out. Fucking ran out. I had to run across to the shop and buy a vape. I did actually get good. I finally got good at Elden Ring. Still kind of reeling from that, to be honest. Fucking mental. Heavy Metal Nurse Justice for organising me. Yeah, I saw that. It fucking sucks, dude. It fucking sucks. How you doing, Chaka?
You alright, love?
How's your Wednesday?
Ooh, that's an erotic pasty.
Yeah, I saw that shit on Instagram. Fucking sucks, man. That shit happens like so much though. Like luckily that shit never happened. Like when I was on tour. Like thank God. Like but it fucking happens to everyone for real. It's so common. It's so fucking common. You'd be surprised how common it actually is. It's crazy. Oh, and I did it for Yorkshire. I did it for Sean Bean. I did it for the Queechlings. And I did it for Liam fucking Queefson. The Elden fucking Lord. I'm so gassed, honestly. I'm so gassed. Like, that is by far the most difficult game I've ever completed. Because I don't usually stick with games that are that difficult. I usually don't stick with them because I don't enjoy them. Do you know what I mean? Just getting punished over and over again. Like, for me, usually, it's not like an enjoyable experience. Do you know what I mean? Sucks ass. It fucking sucks. Need to stick with it and enjoy it. Pretty wild, I'll be honest. That's not usually my that's way too bright now. Yeah, that's a bit better. That's a bit better. Maybe I can turn that one down a little bit. Oh. Very bright, isn't it? Oh, that's better, isn't it? Bit of mood lighting. Mood lighting. Lovely mood lighting. Beardy, how you doing? I did it for the rock. I did it for the people. Yeah, Owen, it was a slog, dude. It was a slog. I did like 4 bosses in like the first hour and a half, including Melania and Godfrey. I did Godfrey first time. Like I did Melania on the 5th try, and I was smashing it. And then I got to the last boss. And then that took me like 4 hours. Or 3 hours to get through. It was the... But I stayed zen. I stayed zen. That was the key. I stayed zen and I used a different sword. And it was great. No, Mao, someone tried to steal from I Am Morbid when they were here. Show was delayed for over an hour. Dude, it, honestly, for real... It fucking happens all the time, and it fucking sucks. Because, I mean, it sucks when anyone robs anyone's shit. But when you're on tour, especially if you're not from that country as well, and they take your passports, and all your money, and your equipment, and everything. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Do you know what I mean? It fucking sucks, dude. But I'm not surprised it happened in France, though. It happens there a lot. Like some of the shit like we used to have to do to park our van or trailer or whatever to make sure it couldn't be stolen or broken into. Like shoving it up against walls and shit like that, and do you know what I mean? Crazy. And it fucking sucks you have to do that. Like you shouldn't have to do that, but you know, the world's not a great place, so all the shit people. But I just hope that they fucking get everything back and can continue the tour, because shit like that can just fucking end the fucking tour for bands, you know. That's the other thing. So all the money that they were banking on making from that tour could be fucking gone now, as well as all of their equipment and their passports and anything else that got fucking stolen. Fucking awful. Fucking awful. I hope it gets sorted for them. I really do. Beardy, if you want to see someone nut for 3 minutes straight, find the part where he finally beat Melania. Yeah, I was like, that was big for me. That felt better than beating the last boss, if you know what I mean. That was like more of a like adrenaline rush than beating the last boss. Because beating the last boss, when I finally beat Elden Ring, like, it was like weird mixed emotions. Like, I started tearing up and everything because it was proper weird. Because I felt this huge sense of accomplishment, but I also felt like relief that I'd finished it. But then I felt sad that I'd finished it. You know what I mean? Because I'd grown so attached to Liam Queefson as a character. It was fucking weird. It was such a weird feeling. But the Melania one, that was like a fucking like, ah, like, do you know what I mean? Beardy, you still riding the orgasm of beating the game? Yeah, like I've felt like proper like proud of myself all day. That, like, not that I beat it. I mean, well, yeah, that I beat it, but that I stuck with it and beat it and beat Melania as well, which I didn't have to beat Melania, but I wanted to beat her, because it's like if you beat the game but you don't beat Melania, it's sort of like a hollow victory, isn't it? It's like you've avoided the hardest boss, and I'm like, I feel fucking great about it. Yeah, Owen, I was on a roll first hour and a half, 2 hours, I think it was. Because it took me 5 goes to beat Melania. I beat her on the 5th try last night. And then the following 3 bosses, I did them all first try. Like, crushed them. And then I came up against the last boss, which is like a double boss. And that took me fucking ages. I had to like respec and everything, go and get different weapons, and ended up going back to the gut sword. And actually finished the boss with the gut sword. Jaka, you just noticed the Steagle's upside down today. Yeah, he's peeping at you. He's peeping at you. I'm gonna move him around on these streams. I don't want him to be in the same place all the time. Do you know what I mean? Where's Steve when you need him to slam on the French? Oh, we who's this we're on about? Organectomy. They're on tour at the moment with Aborted. And they were parked up in France and all the shit's been fucking nicked. Like, they've been broken into, taking their equipment, passports, fucking personal shit, like cash, like everything. Fucking awful, dude. Fucking sucks, dude, honestly. Fucking shit. Pisses me off, man. Really pisses me off. Well, I mean, one of the things you can be happy about is that they're all okay. Do you know what I mean? At least it wasn't like fucking any of them got hurt, or, do you know what I mean? It was a burglary, but it still fucking sucks though. It just shouldn't happen. Fucking shit. Eggy, we need to continue Liam Queefson law in other games. Yeah, well, this is what I was saying last night. I was like, you know, he'll pop up. He'll pop up. I'm sure he will. He'll pop up again. Beardy, I want to see Liam, son of Queef in other games like Monster Hunter or Dragon's Dogma. I don't really like Monster Hunter, you know. Dragon's Dogma, though, I enjoyed. I played that quite a bit. That was good. Jackomania, we need a Where's Steagle book. Oh, you know, I've been working on something like that for the Discord. You mean like Where's Wally? Where's Waldo? I have been doing something like that for the Steagle channel in the Discord. Great minds, Chaka. I feel like you're always like on the same wavelength as me, like with ideas. You're always like saying shit, and I'm like, it's already in hand. Eggy, Organectomy are top lads. Yeah, they are. They're fucking great lads. They're a great band, and they're great guys as well. I love them all to bits. I just hope they're all okay. Ibarra, you gonna plot Expedition 33? I don't know. I looked at that. Did I look at that yesterday? I think I looked at that yesterday. I don't know. I need to have a look at it and see what it actually is. Guess Hoon. That's amazing. That's amazing. Guess Hoon. Let's play Guess Hoon. Oh, fucking hell. Bloody lovely. Yeah. Lovely shit. Right. Oblivion Remaster. I might play that. I might play that. But I did play that game to death though, which is why I've not even looked at it. Do you know what I mean? I've not even like remotely looked at it because it's a game that I've played to fucking death. So it's like, do I want to play it again? Just in better graphics? Is that something I want to do? Like, I don't know. I don't know whether it is. With mods though, that might be good. But the thing is though, is that we'd have to do that in the future because there won't be that many mods for it yet because it's only just come out. So we'll have to wait like a good 6 months at least until like some actual good mods have come out, because at the moment they'll all just be rush jobs, won't they? Because it's literally just come out. Use bum eggs to activate mods. Do you know what there is? Do you know what there is? There's a thing on Twitch called crowd control, and if I can figure out how to install it, it works with certain games. And viewers can, I think you use cheers or something to control what's happening in the game around me as I'm playing it. So I watched someone playing Elden Ring and they were using crowd control and it was fucking chaos. They were just like fucking spawning in fucking bosses all over the fucking place, like all at the same time as well. And it was just like boss, and he was just getting annihilated immediately. Fucking well funny. You watch someone use crowd control on GTA? Have to do that because might have to do that because I do love GTA. I do love GTA. I'm not good enough at Elden Ring to do crowd control on Elden Ring, do you know what I mean? And I kind of want to let that breathe for a bit now. Take a little bit of a break from that. Like, so I can let my final victory just simmer. Do you know what I mean? She had big head mode and all sorts. I spawned in Radahn when she was fighting a tree sentinel and she lost it. Really? Jump scares you can buy with points and all sorts. That's sick. That's fucking sick. Speaking of fucking jump scares, we're not far off the fucking, we're not far off this month's primary sub goal. Playing fucking Huntsman with the Slam Queen. That's gonna be horrible. That's gonna be horrible. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. I don't know whether any of you, I don't know if any of you have seen that game. It is hanging. It's fucking hanging. Not about it at all. Next time she's on, I'll write down a list of what she uses and what it does. Sick. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be fucking awesome. Beardy, that's what this month's primary sub goal is. A Huntsman stream. The Slam Queen's playing the Huntsman, and I've got to sit next to her while she plays it. And I am not about that at all. It's making me feel, oh god. I literally watched 3 minutes of it. I watched a guy play it for 3 minutes and had to turn it off because I was like screaming so loud because it was making me scream. Like, actually, not about it at all. Beardy, if I have to sit next to her while she plays it, you have to watch the stream. Like, that's the fucking agreement. Like, you can't fucking abandon me in my hour of need. Helly, how are you doing, Helly? Oh, thanks. Proud of you for smashing Elden Ring. oh, you're stitching away. Amazing. How's the stitching going? How's the stitching and the sewing going on? How are you getting on with it? Oh, for those of you who don't know, to celebrate Liam's ascension to the throne of Elden Lord, I released a t-shirt to commemorate it. I released it literally last night. As I completed it, I was like, yeah, yo, fucking have this. So there you go, I'll drop it in the chat. Take a look at it if you haven't seen it already. Jack, I will wait to pet the spiders. You won't want to pet this spider in this game. It's fucking horrible. It's one of the most horrible things I've ever seen. It's like the size of a fucking car. And it looks horribly real and it moves. Oh, shit, nah. I don't even want to talk about it. We have to talk about it. Eggy, wonder what else you have in the pipeline. I wonder what else could be in the pipeline. Who knows? Who knows? No, Mal, a huge spider sounds delicious. You can't be eating spiders, Mal. Can't be eating spiders, dude. I don't want it anywhere near me, let alone my face. Jesus Christ. Oh, I told you, didn't I, that I used to have a horrible reoccurring dream where there was like some person. So my dream was that I was laying in bed, right? And then like someone would be like that far away from my face and they'd just go and open the mouth, and then this massive spider would just start going like out of their mouth, and then I'd just wake up, shit myself. Eggy, why not? Because of what I've just told you. Because I have a reoccurring nightmare of a giant spider. Well, I used to. I don't anymore. But I used to have a reoccurring nightmare of a giant spider coming out of someone's mouth. Like 2 inches away from my face. That's why. I'm not judging anyone for their, like, delicacies or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, that's why I don't want to put a spider in my mouth. A Menti's a good shout for a future horror stream too. Yeah, I've seen a Menti. I've seen someone play that. I watched someone actually do a playthrough of it. Which, because I've watched someone do a playthrough of it, I don't think it'll scare me. Do you know what I mean? Because I watched someone play through the entire game. I was just sat there watching the stream, and they played through the whole game, because it weren't that long. But it looked good. But because I've seen it, it's not, like, do you know what I mean? It's not going to bother me, I don't think, which is annoying. Because I hate that, you know, like when I watch someone stream something and then go, oh, I wish I hadn't watched that. That would have been good to stream. No, Chaka, this was years and years and years and years and years ago. When I was like a teenager. But it's like, it's like a reoccurring nightmare that, because I had it so often, I remember it, like, and it's never like, I've never forgot it. If you can beat your fears, just devour them. But what if they devour me? What if they spin me up in their little butt webs and feast upon my gooey innards? What spiders do you eat then, Mao? Like, which ones are edible? Or are they all edible? I don't know. Or am I edible? Do they look at me and go, the edible? Only one way to find out. Quick, butt web him. Eggy, if Bear Grylls could drink his piss, just saying. I'm starving. 53 degrees Celsius. There's no water in sight. Better drink my own piss. Fucking Bear Grylls, man. Mostly the big ones. Fucking hell. Oh, God. Ah. Oh, God. I'm like looking at the wall behind me now, like shitting myself, because I'm just like... Eggy, if you have a flamethrower, anything is edible. Bear Grylls will drink his own piss just because he stubbed his toe on the coffee table. Yeah, it is like a fetish, you're right. Yo! Owen! With the resub! 5 months in a row! Get hooned, he says. Amazing. Thank you so much. Cheers, Owen. Big love. Big love. 5 months, dude. Awesome. Yeah, Mao. Wow. Yeah, I do want to see a photo of that. Like, that's crazy. Crazy. I've seen it on, like, TV shows and shit, but do you know what I mean? Not the same, is it? Like, do you know what I mean?
He's the fucking who?
Right. I'm gonna pour myself a cherry Coke. We've gone with cherry Coca-Cola today. There's a treat, you know what I mean? A little treat. I don't have it too often, because I don't want to spoil myself. I usually just have normal Coca-Cola. But the treat today, do you know what I mean? I became the Elden Lord with Liam Queefson last night, so I deserve cherry Coke. The drink of the Elden Lords. You know what I mean? Oh, cherry Coke's the fucking one. But like I said, though, I don't have it too often, though, because I don't want to get bored of it. You know what I mean? I can never get bored of normal Coca-Cola, though. Right. So, trying something tonight. So I'm multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube like usual, but I'm also gonna stream to TikTok as well, just to read this book, to see what happens. Do you know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows what happens? But yeah, I'm just gonna try that and see what happens. The prophecy decrees Jason can have a little treat today. As Elden Lord. First order of business is to pour myself a cherry coke. Beardy, I stand by my statement from last night. We need Slam King tankards. I'll have a look on the merch store, see if we can make them. I know you can make pint glasses. I don't know whether you can make tankards, but I'll have a look. Jacko, he drinks 2 litres of coke and wonders why he can't sleep later. Yeah, that's true. Slam talk. He's multiplying. Yeah. Just thought, may as well try it. Do you know what I mean? See what happens. So I'm just going to go for a quick piss. And then we'll begin. We'll begin the book. We shall begin. Right, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Right, I am back. Well, Scarlett's officially lost her fucking mind. Just went upstairs. She's like, oh, Dad, I need to show you this, what I've made. And I was like, what? Thinking it's like a fucking drawing or something. No. She's like, it's amazing. She's got fucking toast. And she's put a pistachio spread on it, right? And then put barbecue rib flavoured knick-knack crisps on it. The hell's that? What the hell is that? But she's swearing by it, saying that it's delicious, so. I mean, pistachio and barbecue. That doesn't sound amazing to me, but. I think it's a bit of both, Beardy, if I'm being honest. Oh, no, I don't want to try one. I don't like pistachio, so I immediately wouldn't like it. Yeah, I can't stand pistachio. Why is it green? Do you know what I mean? Why is it green? Shouldn't be green. Hey, Martin, how you doing? No, I don't like pistache. I like the mustache. But not the pistache. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, look. If she's enjoying eating it, then she's enjoying eating it. Do you know what I mean? But not for me. Right, I'm gonna start this TikTok thing and see what happens. See what happens. Never done this before. This might be a bit weird. is long as fuck, innit? What is this? I'm taking a photo of my face to confirm my age. Queechy. Right, we ready? Right, we're gonna read this book. Hey, Wash! How you doing? Nosser, how you doing? Boomer concentration look. Yeah, I don't know how to use fucking TikTok, do I? Just post shit on it. Nothing ever happens. Drop the TikTok. Hang on. There you go. There's me TikTok. I can't hate on pistachio for its colour and like Vimto. Are you mental? Vimto. The nectar of the gods. I love Vimto. Start having a go at Vimto now. Right, should we start reading this book then? Where are we up to? So, do you remember what happened last week? Before we continue. Do you remember? I feel like a teacher. Can anyone in the class tell me where we were up to last week, please? Any hands? Any hands? Anyone want to raise their hand? Yes, Owen. Yes. Chaka, now you're on TikTok. You need to start with a little dance. I can't dance. These legs weren't built to dance. The moonwalk. That's it though. That's the only dance I can do. I can do a moonwalk. I can do a sick moonwalk. Not in here though, because there's a carpet, but you know what I mean. Yeah, so basically, where we were up to last week was Loken found the anatheme blade that Eugen Tember used to wound Horus with, the one that Erebus stole, it seems. And while that was happening, Erebus convinced the rest of the Mournival to take Horus's body to the planet Davin and take him to some strange temple, because apparently the people there can heal him, which obviously doesn't sound ominous in any way, shape or form. And Loken finds out about this and rushes to the place, but by the time he gets there, Horus is already in the temple and the door is shut, and the door will not open for 9 days. Or if Horus awakens, he can open it from the inside. And Loken and Torghadan are not happy at all, especially Loken. Fucking fuming. And Erebus is nowhere to be seen. So that's where we're up to. Horus has been put in this temple, locked, sealed away, can't be reached. Erebus has disappeared, and Loken's basically fucking going mental at the rest of the Mournival, while they're all trying to justify their actions, basically saying there was no other choice. He would have died. What if we hadn't have done this? He would die anyway. So yeah, that's where we're at. Owen, maybe we've all just misjudged Erebus. Maybe he's just a weird bald guy who has the War Masters and the Empire's best interests at heart. Did you ever think about that? Well, did you ever think about that? I mean, it's highly possible. It's very possible. Poor Erebus. Everybody's just giving him shit, and all he's trying to do is help. Not on that. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Because he's a fucking snake. Well, should we find out? Shall we find out? All right. Let's go. Part 3. The House of False Gods. Chapter 13. Who are you? Ritual. Old friend. Horus opened his eyes, smiling as he saw blue sky above him. Pink and orange-tinged clouds drifted slowly across his vision, peaceful and relaxing. He watched them for a few moments and then sat up, feeling wet dew beneath his palms as he pushed himself upright. He saw that he was naked, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he lifted his hand to his face, smelling the sweet scent of the grass and the crystal freshness of the air. A vista of unsurpassed beauty lay before him, towering snow-capped mountains draped in a shawl of pine and fir, magnificent swathes of emerald green forests as far as the eye could see, and a wide river of foaming, icy water. Hundreds of shaggy-coated herbivores grazed on the plain, and wide-pinioned birds circled noisily overhead. Horus sat on the low slopes of the foothills at the base of the mountains, the sun warming his face and the grass wondrously soft beneath him.
"Oh, that's it then," he said calmly to himself. "I'm dead."
No one answered him, but then he hadn't expected them to. Was this what happened when a person died? He dimly remembered someone teaching him of the ancient unbelief of heaven and hell, meaningless words that promised rewards for obedience and punishment for wickedness. He took a deep breath, scenting the aroma of good earth, the fragrances of a world unchecked and untamed, and the living things that covered the landscape. He could taste the air and was amazed at its purity. Its crispness filled his lungs like sweet wine. But how had he come here? And where was here? He had been... where? He couldn't remember. He knew his name was Horus, but beyond that, he knew only fragments and dim recollections that even now grew faint and insubstantial the more he tried to hold on to them. Deciding that he should try to find out more about his surroundings, he rose to his feet, wincing as his shoulder pulled tight, and he saw a spot of blood soak through the white woolen robes he found himself wearing. Hadn't he been naked a second ago? Horus put it from his mind and laughed.
"There might be no hell, but this feels like heaven right enough."
His throat was dry, and he set off towards the river, feeling the softness of the grass through newly sandaled feet. He was further away than he thought, the journey taking him longer than expected, but he didn't mind. The beauty of the landscape was worth savouring, and though something insistent nagged at the back of his mind, he ignored it and carried on. The mountains seemed to reach the very stars, their peaks lost in the crowds and belching noxious fumes into the air as he gazed up at them. Horus blinked. The afterimage of dark smoke wreathed peaks of iron and cement burned onto his retinas like a spliced frame of harsh interference dropped into a mood window. He dismissed it as the newness of his surroundings and headed across the swaying plains of tall grass, feeling the bones and waste of uncounted centuries of industry crunching beneath his feet. Horus felt ash in his throat, now needing a drink more than ever, the chemical stink growing worse at each step. He tasted benzene, chlorine, hydrochloric acid, and vast amounts of carbon monoxide, lethal toxins to any but him it seemed, and briefly wondered how he knew these things. The river was just ahead, and he splashed through the shallows, enjoying the biting cold as he reached down and scooped a handful of water into his cupped palms. The icy water burned his skin, molten slag dripping in caustic ropes between his fingers, and he let it splash back into the river, wiping his hands on his robe, which was now soot-stained and torn. He looked up and saw that the glittering quartz mountains had become vast towers of brass and iron, wounding the sky with gateways like vast maws that could swallow and vomit forth entire armies. Streams of toxic filth poured from the towers and poisoned the river, the landscape around it withering and dying in an instant. Confused, Horus stumbled from the river, fighting to hold on to the verdant wilderness that had surrounded him and to hold back the vision of this bleak land of dark ruin and despair. He turned from the dark mountain, the cliff of deepest red and blackened iron, its top hidden in the high clouds above and its base girded with boulders and skulls. He fell to his knees, expecting the softness of the grass, but landing heavily on a fractured hardpan of ash and iron, swirling vortices of dust rising up in great storms.
What is happening here?
Shouted Horus, rolling onto his back and screaming into a polluted sky striated with ugly bands of ochre and purple. He picked himself up and ran. Ran as though his life depended on it. He ran across a landscape that flickered from one of an aching beauty to that of a nightmare in the space of a heartbeat, his senses deceiving him from one second to another. Horus ran into the forest. The black trunks of the trees snapped before his furious charge, images of lashing branches, high towers of steel and glass, great ruins of mighty cathedrals and rotted palaces left to crumble under the weight of the ages dancing before his eyes. Bestial howls echoed across the landscape, and Horus paused in his mad scramble as the sound penetrated the fog in his head, the insistent nagging sensation in the back of his mind recognizing it as significant. The mournful howls echoed across the land, a chorus of voices reaching out to him, and Horus recognized them as wolf howls. He smiled at the sound, dropping to his knees and clutching his shoulder as fiery pain lanced through his arm and into his chest. With the pain came clarity, and he held on to it, forcing the memories to come through force of will. Howling wolf voices came again, and he cried out to the heavens.
What is happening to me?
The trees around him exploded with motion, and 100-strong pack of wolves sprang from the undergrowth, surrounding him, with their teeth bared and eyes wide. Foam gathered around exposed fangs, and each wolf bore a strange brand upon its fur, that of a black, double-headed eagle. Horus clutched his shoulder, his arm numb and dead as though it was no longer part of him.
Who are you?
asked the closest wolf. Horus blinked rapidly as its image fizzled like static, and he saw curves of armor and a single, staring, cyclopean eye.
I am Horus,
he said.
Who are you?
Repeated the wolf.
I am Horus,
He yelled.
What more do you want from me? I do not have much time, my brother,
said the wolf as the pack began circling him.
You must remember before he comes for you. Who are you? I am Horus, and if I am dead, then leave me be,
he screamed, surging to his feet and running onwards to the depths of the forest. The wolves followed him, loping alongside him and matching his steady pace as he lurched randomly through the twilight. Again and again the wolves howled the same question until Horus lost all sense of direction and time. Horus ran blindly onwards until he finally emerged from the tree line above a wide, high-cliffed crater gouged in the landscape and filled with dark, still water. The sky above was black and starless, a moon of purest white, shining like a diamond in the firmament. He blinked and raised a hand to ward his eyes against its brightness, looking out over the black waters of the crater, certain that some unspeakable horror lurked in its icy depths. Horus glanced behind him to see that the wolves had followed him from the trees, and he ran on as their howling followed him to the edge of the crater. Far below, the water lay still and flat like a black mirror, and the image of the moon filled his vision. The wolves howled again, and Horus felt the yawning depths of the water calling out to him with an inevitable attraction. He saw the moon and heard the company of wolves give voice to one last howled question before he hurled himself into the void. He fell through the air, his vision tumbling and his memory spinning. The moon, the wolves, Lupercal, lunar wolves. Everything snapped into place and he cried out,
I am Horus of the Lunar Wolves, War Master and Regent of the Emperor, and I am alive!
Horus struck the water and it exploded like shards of black glass. Flickering light filled the chamber with a cold glow. The cracked stone walls limned with crawling webs of frost, and the breath of the cultists feathering in the air. Akshub had painted a circle with 8 sharp points around its circumference on the flagstones in quicklime. The mutilated corpse of one of the Davinite priestess's acolytes lay spread-eagled at its centre. Erebus watched carefully as the priestess's lodge thralls spread around the circle, ensuring that every stage of the ritual was enacted with meticulous care. To fail now, after he had invested so much effort in bringing the War Master to this point, would be disastrous. Although Erebus knew that his part in the War Master's downfall was but one of a million events set in motion thousands of years ago. This fulcrum point in time was the culmination of billions of seemingly unrelated chains of circumstance that had led to this backwater world that no one had ever heard of. Erebus knew that all was about to change. Davin would soon become a place of legend. The secret chamber in the heart of the Delphos was hidden from prying eyes by potent magic and sophisticated technology received from disaffected Mechanicum adepts, who welcomed the knowledge the word-bearers could give them, knowledge that had been forbidden to them by the Emperor. Akshub knelt and cut the heart from the dead acolyte, the lodge priestess expertly removing the still warm organ from its former owner's chest. She took a bite before handing it to Sepha, the surviving acolyte. They passed the heart around the circle, each of the cultists taking a bite of the rich, red meat. Erebus took the ghastly remains of the heart as it was passed to him. He wolfed down the last of it, feeling the blood run down his chin and tasting the final memories of the betrayed acolyte as the treacherous blade had ended her life. That betrayal had been offered unto the architect of fate, this bloody feast to the blood god, and the unlovely coupling of the doomed acolyte with a diseased swine had called upon the power of the Dark Prince and the Lord of Decay. Blood pooled beneath the corpse, trickling into channels cut in the floor before draining into a sinkhole at the center of the circle. Erebus knew that there was always blood. It was rich with life and surged with the power of the gods. What better way was there of tapping into that power than with the vital substance that carried their blessing? "Is it done?" asked Erebus. Akshub nodded, lifting the long knife that had cut the heart from the corpse. "It is. The power of the ones who dwell beyond is with us, though we must be swift." "Why must we hurry, Akshub?" he asked, placing his hand upon his sword. "This must be done right, or all our lives are forfeit." "I know this," said the priestess. "There is another presence near, a one-eyed ghost who walks between worlds and seeks to return the son to his father." "Magnus, you old snake," chuckled Erebus, looking up towards the chamber's roof. "You won't stop us. You're too far away, and Horus is too far gone. I have seen to that." "Whom do you speak with?" asked Akshub. "The one-eyed ghost. You said there was another presence near." "Near, yes," said Akshub, "but not here." Tired of the old priestess's cryptic answers, Erebus snapped, "Then where is he?" Akshub reached up and tapped her head with the flat of her blade. "He speaks to the sun, though he cannot yet reach him fully. I can feel the ghost crawling around the temple, trying to break the magic keeping his full power out." "What?" cried Erebus. "He will not succeed," said Akshub, walking towards him with the knife outstretched. "We have spirit walked in the realm beyond for thousands of years, and his knowledge is a paltry thing next to ours." "For your sake, it had better be, Akshub." She smiled and held the knife out. "Your threats mean nothing here, warrior. I could boil the blood in your veins with a word, or rip your body inside out with a thought. You need me to send your soul into the world beyond. But how will you return if I am dead? Your soul will remain adrift in the void forever, and you are not so full of anger that you do not fear such a fate." Erebus did not like the sudden authority in her voice, but he knew she was right, and decided he would kill her once her purpose was served. He swallowed his anger and said, "Then, let us begin." "Very well," nodded the priestess, as Sepha came forward and anointed Erebus's face with crystalline antimony. "Is this for the veil?" "Yes," said Akshub. "It will confound his senses, and he will not see your likeness. He will see a face familiar and beloved to him." Erebus smiled at the delicious irony of the thought, and closed his eyes as Seth daubed his eyelids and cheeks with the stinging silver-white powder. "The spell that will allow your passage to the void requires one last thing," said Akshub. "What last thing?" asked Erebus, suddenly suspicious. "Your death," said Akshub, slashing her knife across his throat. Horus opened his eyes, smiling as he saw blue sky above him. Pink and orange-tinged clouds drifted slowly across his vision, peaceful and relaxing. He watched them for a few moments and then sat up, feeling wet dew beneath his palms as he pushed himself upright. He saw that he was fully armored in his frost-white plate, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he lifted his hand to his face, smelling the sweet scent on the grass and the crystal freshness of the air. A vista of unsurpassed beauty lay before him. Towering, snow-capped mountains draped in a shawl of pine and fir. Magnificent swathes of emerald-green forests as far as the eye could see, and a wide river of foaming, icy water. Hundreds of shaggy-coated herbivores grazed on the plain, and wide-pinioned birds circled noisily overhead. Horus sat on the low slopes of the foothills at the base of the mountains, the sun warming his face and the grass wondrously soft beneath him.
To hell with this,
he said as he got to his feet.
I know I'm not dead. So what's going on?
Once again, no one answered him, though this time he had expected an answer. The world still smelled sweet and fragrant, but with the memory of his identity came the knowledge of its falsehood. None of this was real, not the mountains or the river or the forest that covered the landscape, though there was something oddly familiar to it. He remembered the dark, iron backdrop that lay behind this illusion and found that if he willed it, he could see the suggestion of that nightmarish vision behind the beauty of the world laid out before him. Horus remembered thinking, a lifetime ago it seemed, that perhaps this place might have been some netherworld between heaven and hell, but now laughed at the idea. He had long ago accepted the principle that the universe was simply matter, and that which was not matter was nothing. The universe was everything, and therefore nothing could exist beyond it. Horus had the wit to see why some ancient theologian had claimed the warp was, in fact, hell. He understood the reasoning, but he knew that the Empyrean was not a metaphysical dimension. It was simply an echo of the material world, where random vortices of energy and strange breeds of malign Xenos creatures made their homes. As pleasing an axiom as that was, it still didn't answer the question of where he was. How had he come to this place? His last memory was of speaking to Petronella Vivar in the Apothecarian, telling her of his life, his hopes, his disappointments, and his fears for the galaxy. Conscious that he had told her those incendiary things as his valediction. He couldn't change that. But he would damn well get to the bottom of what was happening to him now. Was it a fever dream brought on by whatever had wounded him? Had Temba's sword been poisoned? He dismissed that thought immediately. No poison could lay him low. Surveying his surroundings, he could see no sign of the wolves that had chased him through the dark forests, but suddenly remembered a familiar form that had ghosted behind the face of the pack leader. For the briefest instant, it had looked like Magnus. But surely he was back on Prospero, licking his wounds after the Council of Nicaea. Something had happened to Horus on Davin's moon, but he had no idea what. His shoulder ached, and he rotated it within his armor to loosen the muscle, but the motion served only to further aggravate it. Horus set off in the direction of the river once more, still thirsty despite knowing that he walked in an illusory realm. Cresting the rise that then began to slope gently down towards the river, Horus pulled up sharply as he saw something startling: an armored Astartes warrior floating face down in the water. Wedged in the shallows of the riverbank, the body rose and fell with the swell of the water, and Horus swiftly made his way towards it. He splashed into the river and gripped the edges of the figure's shoulder guards, turning the body over with a heavy splash. Horus gasped, seeing that the man was alive, and that it was someone he knew. A beautiful man was how Loken had described him. A beautiful man who had been adored by all who knew him. The noblest hero of the Great Crusade had been another of his epithets. Pastor Sejanus. Loken marched away from the temple, angry at what his brothers had done and furious with himself. He should have known that Erebus would have had plans beyond the simple murder of the War Master. His veins surged with the need to do violence. But Erebus was not here, and no one could tell Loken where he was. Torgadon and Vipus marched alongside him, and even through his anger, Loken could sense his friend's astonishment at what had happened before the great gate of the Delphos. Throne. What's happening here? Asked Vipus, as they reached the top of the processional steps. Garvey, what's happening? Are the first captain and little Horus our enemies now? Loken shook his head.
No, Nero. They are our brothers. They're simply being used, as I think we all are.
By Erebus? Asked Torgadon. Erebus? Said Vipus. What's he got to do with this?
Garviel thinks that Erebus is behind what's happening to the War Master,
said Torgadon. Loken shot him an exasperated stare. You're joking.
Not this time, Nero, said Torgadon.
Tarek,
snapped Loken.
Keep your voice down, or everyone will hear.
So what if they do?
Hissed Torgadon.
If Erebus is behind this, then everyone should know that we should expose him.
And we will,
promised Loken, watching as the pinpricks of vehicle headlights appeared at the mouth of the valley they had only recently flown up. So what do we do? Asked Vipus. Well, that was the question, realized Loken. They needed more information before they could act, and they needed it now. He fought for calm so that he could think more clearly. Loken wanted answers, but he had to know what questions to ask first, and there was one man who had always been able to cut through his confusion and steer him in the right direction. Loken set off down the steps, heading back towards the Thunderhawk. Torgadon, Vipus, and the warriors of Locasta followed him. As he reached the bottom of the steps, he turned to them and said,
I need you two to stay here. Keep an eye on the temple, and make sure that nothing bad happens.
Define bad, said Vipus.
I'm not sure,
said Loken.
Just bad, you know? And contact me if you get so much as a glimpse of Erebus.
Where are you going?
Asked Torgadon.
I'm going back to the Vengeful Spirit.
What for?
To get some answers,
said Loken.
Aster!
cried Horus, reaching down to lift his fallen friend from the water. Sejanus was limp in his arms, though Horus could tell he lived by the pulse in his throat and the colour in his cheeks. Horus dragged Sejanus from the water, wondering if his presence might be another of the strange realm's illusions, or if his old friend might in fact be a threat to him. Sejanus's chest hiked convulsively as he brought up a lung full of water, and Horus rolled him onto his side, knowing that the gen-hanced physique of an Astartes warrior made it almost impossible for him to drown.
Aster, is it really you?
Asked Horus, knowing that in this place such a question was probably meaningless, but overcome with joy to see his beloved Sejanus again. He remembered the pain he had felt when his most favoured son had been hacked down upon the onyx floor of the false emperor's palace on 6319, and the chthonic bellicosity that had demanded blood vengeance. Sejanus heaved a last flood of water and propped himself up on his elbow, sucking great lungfuls of the clean air. His hand clutched at his throat as though searching for something, and he looked relieved to find that it wasn't there.
My son,
said Horus, as Sejanus turned towards him. He was exactly as Horus remembered him, perfect in every detail, the noble face, wide-set eyes, and firm, straight nose that could be a mirror for the War Master himself. Any thoughts that Sejanus might be a threat to him were swept away as he saw the silver shine of his eyes, and knew that this surely was Master Sejanus. How such a thing was possible was beyond him, but he did not question this miracle for fear that it might be snatched away from him.
Commander,
said Sejanus, rising to embrace Horus.
damn me, boy. It's good to see you,
said Horus.
Part of me died when I lost you.
I know, sir, replied Sejanus, as they released each other from the crushing embrace.
I felt your sorrow. You're a sight for sore eyes, my boy,
said Horus, taking a step back to admire his most perfect warrior.
It gladdens my heart to see you. But how can this be? I watched you die.
Yes, agreed Sejanus.
You did. But, in truth, my death was a blessing. A blessing? How? It opened my eyes to the truth of the universe, and freed me from the shackles of living knowledge. Death is no longer an undiscovered country, my lord. It is one from which this traveler has returned. How is such a thing possible? They sent me back to you, said Sejanus. My spirit was lost in the void, alone and dying. But I have come back to help you. Conflicting emotions surged through Horus at the sight of Sejanus. To hear him speak of spirits and voids struck a note of warning. But to see him alive once more, even if it wasn't real, was something to be cherished. You say you're here to help me. Then help me to understand this place. Where are we? We don't have much time, said Sejanus, climbing the slopes to the rise that overlooked the plains and forest and taking a long look around. He will be here soon. It's not the first time I've heard that recently, said Horus. From where else have you heard it? Demanded Sejanus, turning back to face him with a serious expression. Horus was surprised at the vehemence of the question. A wolf
said it to me, said Horace. I know. It sounds ridiculous, but I swear it really did speak to me.
I believe you, sir, said Sejanus, and that's why we need to move on. Horace sensed evasion, a trait he had never known in Sejanus before now, and said,
You're avoiding my question, Hastur. Now, tell me where we are.
We don't have time, my lord, urged Sejanus.
Sejanus,
said Horace, his voice that of the War Master.
Tell me what I want to know.
Very well, said Sejanus, but quickly. For your body lies on the brink of death within the walls of the Delphos on Davin.
The Delphos? I've never heard of it. This doesn't look like Davin.
The Delphos is a place sacred to the Lodge of the Serpent, said Sejanus. A place of healing. In the ancient tongues of Earth, its name means the womb of the world, where a man may be healed and renewed. Your body lies in the Axis Mundi chamber, but your spirit is no longer tied to your flesh.
So, we're not really here,
asked Horace.
This world isn't real.
No.
Then this is the warp,
said Horace, finally accepting what he had begun to suspect. Yes. None of this is real, said Sejanus, waving his hand around the landscape. All this is but fragments of your will and memory that have been given shape to the formless energy of the warp. Horace suddenly knew where he had seen this land before. Remembering the wondrous geophysical relief map of Terra they had found 10 kilometers beneath a dead world almost a decade ago. It hadn't been the terror of their time, but one of an age-long past, with green fields, clear skies, and clean air. He looked up into the sky, half expecting to see curious faces looking down on him from above like students studying an ant colony. But the sky was empty, though it was darkening at an unnatural rate. The world around him was changing before his eyes from the earth that had once existed to the barren wasteland of Terra. Sejanus followed his gaze and said, "It's beginning."
What is?
asked Horace. Your mind and body are dying, and this world is beginning to collapse into chaos. That's why they sent me back, to guide you to the truth that will allow you to return to your body. Even as Sejanus spoke, the sky began to waver, and he could see hints of the roiling sea of the Immaterium seething beneath the clouds.
You keep saying they,
said Horace. Who are they?
And why are they so interested in me?
Great intelligences dwell in the warp, explained Sejanus, casting wary glances at the dissolution of the sky. They do not communicate as we do, and this is the only way that they could reach you.
I don't like the sound of this, Hastur,
warned Horace. There is no malice in this place. There is power and potential, yes, but no malice. Simply the desire to exist. Events in our galaxy are destroying this realm, and these powers have chosen you to be their emissary in their dealings with the material world.
And what if I don't want to be their emissary?
Then you will die, said Sejanus. Only they are powerful enough to save your life now.
If they're so powerful, what do they need me for?
They are powerful. But they cannot exist in the material universe and must work through emissaries, replied Sejanus. You are a man of strength and ambition, and they know there is no other being in the galaxy powerful enough or worthy enough to do what must be done. Despite his satisfaction at being so described, Horus did not like what he was hearing. He sensed no deceit in Sejanus, though a warning voice in his head reminded him that the silver-eyed warrior standing before him would not truly be Sejanus. They have no interest in the material universe. It is anathema to them. They simply wish to preserve their own realm from destruction, continued Sejanus, as the chemical reek of the world beyond the illusion returned, and a stinking wind arose. In return for your aid, they can give you a measure of their power and the means to realize your every ambition. Horus saw the lurking world of brazen iron become more substantial as the warp and weft of reality began to buckle beneath his feet. Cracks of dark light shimmered through the splitting earth, and Horus could hear the sound of howling wolves drawing near. "We have to move," shouted Sejanus, as the wolf pack loped from a disintegrating copse of trees. To Horus, it sounded as though their howls desperately called his name. Sejanus ran back to the river, and a shimmering flat oblong of light rose from the boiling water. Horus heard whispers and strange mutterings issuing from beyond it, and a sense of dark premonition seized him as he switched his gaze between this strange light and the wolves.
I'm not sure about this,
said Horus as the sky shed fat droplets of acid rain. Come on! The gateway is our only way out, cried Sejanus, heading towards the light. As a great man once said, towering genius disdains the beaten path. It seeks regions hitherto unexplored.
You're quoting me back to myself,
said Horus as the wind blew in howling gusts. And why not? Your words will be quoted for centuries to come. Horus smiled, liking the idea of being quotable, and set off after Sejanus.
Where does this gate lead?
Shouted Horus over the wind and the howling of the wolves. To the truth, replied Sejanus. The crater began to fill as the sun finally set. Hundreds of vehicles of all descriptions finally completing their journey from the Imperial deployment zone to this place of pilgrimage. The Davinites watched the arrival of these convoys with a mixture of surprise and confusion, incredulous as each vehicle was abandoned, and its passengers made their way towards the Delphos. Within the hour, thousands of people had gathered and more were arriving every minute. Most of these new arrivals milled about in an undirected mass until the Davinites began circulating amongst them, helping to find somewhere that belongings could be set down and arranging shelter as hard rain began to fall. Headlights stretched all the way along the Forgotten Causeway and through the valley to the plains below. As night closed in on Davin, Songs in praise of the War Master filled the air, and the flickering glow of thousands of candles joined the light of the torches ringing the gold-skinned Delphos. I'm just going to nip to the toilet. I'll be 2 seconds.
Alright. Returned. I have returned. Second. Let me get comfortable. Crack on. All right. Chapter 14. The Forgotten. Living Mythology. Primogenesis. Passing through the Gate of Light was akin to stepping from one room to another. Where once had been a world on the verge of dissolution, now Horus found himself standing amid a heaving mass of people. In a huge circular plaza surrounded by soaring towers and magnificently appointing buildings of marble. Thousands of people filled the square, and since he was half again as tall as the tallest, Horus could see that thousands more waited to enter from 9 arterial boulevards. Strangely, none of these people remarked on the sudden arrival of 2 giant warriors in their midst. A cluster of statues stood at the center of the plaza, and droning chants drifted from corroded speakers set on the buildings as the mass of humanity marched in mindless procession around them. A pealing clangor of bells tolled from each building.
Where are we?
Asked Horus, looking up at the great eagle-fronted buildings, their golden spires and their colossal stained glass rosary windows. Each structure vied with its neighbor for supremacy of height and ostentation, and Horus's eye for architectural proportion and elegance saw them as vulgar expressions of devotion. I do not know the name of this place, said Sejanus. I know only what I have seen here, but I believe it to be some kind of shrine world.
Shrine world? A shrine to what?
Not what, said Sejanus, pointing to the statues in the center of the plaza. Who? Horus looked more closely at the enormous statues, encircled by the thronged masses. The outer ring of statues was carved from white marble, and each gleaming warrior was clad in full Astartes battleplate. They surrounded the central figure, which was likewise armored in a magnificent suit of gold armor that gleamed and sparkled with precious gems. This figure carried a flaming torch high, the light of it illuminating everything around him. The symbolism was clear. This central figure was bringing his light to the people, and his warriors were there to protect him. The gold warrior was clearly a king or hero of some kind, his features regal and patrician. Though the sculptor had exaggerated them to ludicrous proportions, the proportions of the statues surrounding the central figure were similarly grotesque.
Who is the gold statue meant to be?
Asked Horus. You don't recognize him? Asked Sejanus.
No. Should I?
Let's take a closer look. Horus followed as Sejanus set off into the crowd, making his way towards the center of the plaza, and the crowds parted before them without so much as a raised eyebrow.
Can't these people see us?
He asked. No, said Sejanus. Or if they can, they will forget us in an instant. We move amongst them as ghosts, and none here will remember us. Horus stopped in front of a man dressed in a threadbare scapula, who shuffled around the statues on bloodied feet. His hair was tonsured, and he clutched a handful of carved bones tied together with twine. A bloody bandage covered one eye, and a long strip of parchment pinned to his scapula dangled to the ground. With barely a pause, the man stepped around him, but Horus put out his arm and prevented his progress. Again, the man attempted to pass Horus, but again, he was prevented.
Please, sir,
said the man without looking up.
I must get by.
Why? Asked Horus.
What are you doing?
The man looked puzzled, as though struggling to recall what he had been asked.
I must get by,
he said again. Exasperated by the man's unhelpful answers, Horus stepped aside to let him pass. The man bowed his head and said,
The Emperor watch over you, sir.
Horus felt a clammy sensation crawl along his spine at the words. He pushed through the unresisting crowds towards the center of the plaza as a terrible suspicion began forming in his gut. He caught up to Sejanus, who stood atop a stepped plinth at the foot of the statues, where a huge pair of bronze eagles formed the backdrop to a tall lectern. A hugely fat official in a gold chasuble and tall mitre and silk and gold read aloud from a thick, leather-bound book. His words carried over the crowd via silver trumpets held aloft by what looked like winged infants that floated above him. As Horus approached, he saw that the official was human only from the waist up, a complex series of hissing pistons and brass rods making up his lower half and fusing him with the lectern, which he now saw was mounted on a wheeled base. Horus ignored him, looking up at the statues, finally seeing them for what they were. Though their faces were unrecognizable to one who knew them as Horus did, their identities were unmistakable. The nearest was Sanguinius, his outstretched wings like the pinions of the eagles that adorned every structure surrounding the plaza. To one side of the Lord of the Angels was Rogel Dawn, the unfurled wings haloing his head, unmistakable. On the other was someone who could only be Leman Russ, his hair carved to resemble a wild mane and wearing a cloak of wolf pelts draped around his massive shoulders. Horus circled the statues, seeing other familiar images. Gilliman, Korax, the Lion, Ferrus Manus, Vulcan, and finally, Jagatai Khan. There could be no doubting of the identity of the central figure now, and Horus looked up into the carved face of the Emperor. No doubt the inhabitants of this world thought it magnificent, but Horus knew this was a poor thing, failing spectacularly to capture the sheer dynamism and force of the Emperor's personality. With the additional height offered by the statue's plinth, Horus looked out over the slowly circling mass of people and wondered what they thought they did in this place. Pilgrims, thought Horus. The word leaping unbidden to his mind. Coupled with the ostentation and vulgar adornments he saw on the surrounding buildings, Horus knew that this was not simply a place of devotion, but something much more.
This is a place of worship,
he said, as Sejanus joined him at the foot of Korax's statue, the cool marble perfectly capturing the pallid complexion of his taciturn brother. Sejanus nodded and said, "It is an entire world given over to the praise of the Emperor."
And why? The Emperor is no god. He spent centuries freeing humanity from the shackles of religion. This makes no sense.
Not from where you stand in time. But this is the Imperium that will come to pass if events continue on their present course, said Sejanus. The Emperor has the gift of foresight, and he has seen this future time.
For what purpose?
To destroy the old faiths, so that one day his cult would more easily supplant them all.
No,
said Horus.
I won't believe that. My father always refuted any notion of divinity. He once said of ancient Earth that there were torches. Who were the teachers? But there were also extinguishers who were the priests. He would never have condoned this.
And yet this entire world is his temple, Sejanus said. And it is not the only one.
There are more worlds like this.
Hundreds, nodded Sejanus. Probably even thousands.
But the Emperor shamed Lorgar for behavior such as this, protested Horus. The Wordbearers' Legion raised great monuments to the Emperor and persecuted entire populations for their lack of faith. But the Emperor would not stand for it, and said that Lorgar shamed him with such displays.
He wasn't ready for worship then. He didn't have control of the galaxy. That is why he needed you. Horus turned away from Sejanus, and looked up into the golden face of his father, desperate to refute the words he was hearing. At any other time, he would have struck Sejanus down for such a suggestion, but the evidence was here before him. He turned to face Sejanus.
These are some of my brothers. But where are the others? Where am I?
I do not know, replied Sejanus. I have walked this place many times, but have never yet seen your likeness.
I am his chosen regent,
cried Horus.
I fought on 1,000 battlefields for him. The blood of my warriors is on his hands, and he ignores me like I don't exist.
The Emperor has forsaken you, War Master, urged Sejanus. Soon, he will turn his back on his people to win his place amongst the gods. He cares only for himself and his power and his glory. We were all deceived. We have no place in his grand scheme. And when the time comes, he will spurn us all and ascend to godhood. While we were fighting war after war in his name, he was secretly building his power in the warp. The droning chant of the official, a priest, realized Horus, continued as the pilgrims maintained the slow procession around their god, and Sejanus' words hammered against his skull.
This can't be true,
whispered Horus. What does a being of the Emperor's magnitude do after he has conquered a galaxy? What is left for him but godhood? What use has he for those whom he leaves behind?
No!
Shouted Horus, stepping from the plinth and smashing the droning priest to the ground. The augmented preacher hybrid was torn from the pulpit and lay screaming in a pool of blood and oil. His cries were carried across the plaza by the trumpets of the floating infants, though none of the crowd seemed inclined to help him. Horus set off into the crowded plaza in a blind fury, leaving Sejanus behind on the plinth of statues. Once again, the crowd parted before his headlong dash, as unresponsive to his leaving as they had been to his arrival. Within moments, he reached the edge of the plaza and made his way down the nearest of the arterial boulevards. People filled the street, but they ignored him as he pushed his way through them. Each face turned in rapture to an image of the Emperor. Without Sejanus beside him, Horus realized that he was completely alone. He heard the howl of a distant wolf, his cry once again sounding as though it called out to him. He stopped in the center of a crowded street, listening for the wolf howl again. But it was silenced as suddenly as it had come. The crowds flowed around him as he listened, and Horus saw that once again, no one paid him the slightest bit of attention. Not since Horus had parted from his father and brothers had he felt so isolated. Suddenly, he felt the pain of being confronted with the scale of his own vanity and pride as he realized how much he thrived on the adoration of those around him. On every face, He saw the same blind devotion as he had witnessed in those that circled the statues. A beloved reverence for a man he called father. Didn't these people realize the victories that had won their freedom had been won with Horus's blood? It should be Horus's statue, surrounded by his brother Primarchs, not the Emperor's. Horus seized the nearest devotee and shook him violently by the shoulders, shouting,
"He is not a god! He is not a god!"
The pilgrim's neck snapped with an audible crack, and Horus felt the bones of the man's shoulders splinter beneath his iron grip. Horrified, he dropped the dead man and ran deeper into the labyrinth of the shrine world, taking turns at random as he sought to lose himself in its crowded streets. Each fevered change of direction took him along thronged avenues of worshippers and marvels dedicated to the glory of the God Emperor. Thoroughfares where every cobblestone was inscribed with prayer, kilometer-high ossuaries of gold-plated bones, and forests of marble columns with unnumbered saints depicted on them. Random demagogues roamed the streets, one fanatically mortifying his flesh with prayer whips, while another held up 2 squares of orange cloth by the coroners and screamed that he would not wear them. Horus could make no sense of any of it. Vast prayer ships drifted over this part of the shrine city, monstrously bloated zeppelins with sweeping brass sails and enormous prop-driven motors. Long prayer banners hung from their fat, silver hulls, and hymns blared from hanging loudspeakers shaped like ebony skulls. Horus passed a great mausoleum where flocks of ivory-skinned angels with brass-feathered wings flew from dark archways and descended into the crowds gathered in front of the building. The solemn angels swooped over the wailing masses, occasionally gathering to pluck some ecstatic soul from the pilgrims, and cries of adoration and praise followed each supplicant as he was carried through the dread portals of the mausoleum. Horus saw death venerated in the coloured glass of every window, celebrated in the carvings on every door, and revered in the funeral dirges that echoed from the trumpets of winged children who giggled as they circled like birds of prey. Flapping banners of bone clattered, and the wind whistled through the eye sockets of skulls set into shrine caskets on bronze poles. Morbidity hung like a shroud upon this world, and Horus could not reconcile the dark, gothic solemnity of this new religion and with the dynamic force of truth, reason, and confidence that had driven the Great Crusade into the stars. High temples and grim shrines passed him in a blur. Cenobites and preachers haranguing the pilgrims from every street corner to the peal of doomsayers' bells. Everywhere Horus looked, he saw walls adorned with frescoes, paintings, and bas-relief works of familiar faces. His brothers, and the Emperor himself. Why was there no representation of Horus? It was as if he had never existed. He sank to his knees, raising his fists to the sky.
"Father, why have you forsaken me?"
The vengeful spirit felt empty to Loken, and he knew it was more than simply the absence of people. The solid, reassuring presence of the War Master, so long taken for granted, was achingly absent without him on board. The halls of the ship were emptier, more hollow, as though it was a weapon stripped of its ammunition, once powerful, but now simply inert metal. Though portions of the ship were still filled with people, huddled in small groups and holding hands around the groups of candles, there was an emptiness to the place that left Loken feeling similarly hollowed out. Each group he passed swarmed around him, the normal respect for an Astartes warrior forgotten in their desperation to know the fate of the War Master. Was he dead? Was he alive? Had the Emperor reached out from Terra to save his beloved son? Loken angrily brushed each group off, pushing through them without answering their questions as he made his way to Archive Chamber 3. He knew Sinderman would be there. He was always there these days, researching and poring over his books like a man possessed. Loken needed answers about the Serpent Lodge, and he needed them now. Time was of the essence, and he'd already made one stop at the medical deck in order to hand over the anatheme to Apothecary Vadon.
Be very careful, Apothecary,
warned Loken, reverently placing the wooden casket on the steel operating slab between them.
This is a Kinnebrak weapon, called an anatheme. It was forged from a sentient xeno metal and is utterly lethal. I believe it to be the source of the War Master's malady. Do what you need to do to find out what happened, but do it quickly.
Vadon had nodded, dumbfounded that Loken had returned with something he could actually use. He lifted the anatheme by its golden-studded pommel and placed it within a spectrographic chamber.
I can't promise anything, Captain Loken, said Vadon, but I will do whatever is in my power to find you an answer. That's all I ask, but the sooner the better. And tell no one that you have this weapon.
Vadon nodded and turned to his work, leaving Loken to find Kirill Sinderman in the archives of the mighty ship. The helplessness that had seized him earlier vanished now that he had a purpose. He was actively trying to save the War Master, and that knowledge gave him fresh hope that there might yet be a way to bring him back unharmed in body and spirit. As always, the archives were quiet, but now there was a deeper sense of desolation. Loken strained to hear anything at all, finally catching the scratching of a quill pen from deeper in the stacks of books. Swiftly, he made his way towards the sound, knowing before he reached the source that it was his own mentor. Only Kirill Sinderman scratched at the page with such intense pen strokes. Sure enough, Loken found Sinderman sitting at his usual table, and upon seeing him, Loken knew with absolute certainty that he had not left this place since last they had spoken. Bottles of water and discarded food packs lay scattered around the table, and the haggard Sinderman now sported a growth of fine white hair on his cheeks and his chin.
Davio,
said Sinderman without looking up.
You came back. Is the War Master dead? No, replied Loken. At least I don't think so. Not yet, anyway.
Sinderman looked up from his books, the haphazard piles which were now threatening to topple onto the floor.
You don't think so? I haven't seen him since I saw him on the apothecary's slab, confessed Loken.
Then why are you here? Surely can't be for a lesson on the principles and ethics of civilization. What's happening?
I don't know,
admitted Loken.
Something bad, I think. I need your knowledge of things esoteric, Kirill.
Things esoteric?
Repeated Sinderman, putting down his quill.
Now I am intrigued.
Legion's quiet order has taken the War Master to the temple of the Serpent Lodge on Davin. They've placed him in a temple they call the Delphos, and say that the eternal spirits of dead things will heal him.
Serpent Lodge, you say?
Asked Sinderman, plucking books seemingly at random from the cluttered piles on his desk.
Serpents. Oh, that is interesting.
What is?
Serpents?
Repeated Cinnamon.
Since the very beginnings of time, on every continent where humanity worshipped divinity, the serpent has been recognized and accepted as a god. From the steaming jungles of the Afrique Islands to the icy wastes of Alba, serpents have been worshipped, feared, and adored in equal measure. I believe that serpent mythology, probably the most widespread mythology known to mankind.
Then how did it get to Davin?
Asked Loki.
It's not difficult to understand,
Explained Cinnamon.
You see, myths weren't originally expressed in verbal or written form because language was deemed inadequate to convey the truth expressed in the stories. Myths move not with words, Garfield, but with storytellers, and wherever you find people, no matter how primitive or how far they've been separated from the cradle of humanity, you'll always find storytellers. Most of these myths were probably enacted, chanted, danced, or sung, more often than not in a hypnotic or hallucinatory state. It must have been quite a sight. But anyway, this method of retelling was said to allow the creative energies and relationships behind and beneath the natural world to be brought into the conscious realm. Ancient peoples believed that myths created a bridge from the metaphysical world to the physical one.
Cinnamon flicked through the pages of what looked like a new book encased in fresh red leather and turned to the book so Loken could see.
Yeah. You see it here quite clearly.
Loken looked at the pictures, seeing images of naked tribesmen dancing with long snake-top poles as well as snakes and spirals painted onto primitive pottery. Other pictures showed vases with gigantic snakes winding over suns, moons, and stars, while still more showed snakes appearing below growing plants or coiled above the bellies of pregnant women.
What am I looking at?
He asked.
Artifacts recovered from a dozen different worlds during the Great Crusade,
said Cinnamon, jabbing his finger at the pictures.
Don't you see? We carry our myths with us, Garfield. We don't reinvent them.
Cinnamon turned the page to show yet more images of snakes and said,
Here, the snake is the symbol of energy, spontaneous, creative energy, and of immortality.
Immortality?
Yes. You see, in ancient times, men believed that the serpent's ability to shed its skin and thus renew its youth made it privy to the secrets of death and rebirth. They saw the moon, waxing and waning, as the celestial body capable of this same ability, and, of course, the lunar cycle as long associations with the life-creating rhythm of the female. The moon became the lord of the twin mysteries of birth and death, and the serpent was its earthly counterpart.
The moon,
said Loken.
Yes,
continued Cinnamon, now well into his flow.
In early rites of initiation, where the aspirant was seen to die and be reborn, the moon was the goddess mother and the serpent the divine father. It's not hard to see where the connection between the serpent and healing becomes a permanent facet of serpent worship.
Is that what this is?
Breathed Loken.
A rite of initiation?
Cinnamon shrugged.
I couldn't say, Garfield. I'd need to see more of it.
Tell me,
snarled Loken.
I need to hear all you know.
Startled by the power of Loken's urging, Cinderman reached for several more books, leafing through them as the 10th Company captain loomed over him.
Yes.
Yes, he muttered, flipping back and forth through well-thumbed pages.
Oh, yes. Here it is. Ah. Yes. A word for a serpent in one of the lost languages of old Earth was Nahash, which apparently means to guess. It appears that it was then translated to mean a number of different things, depending on which etymological root you believe.
Translated to mean what?
Asked Loken.
Its first rendition is either as enemy or adversary, but it seems to be more popularly transliterated as Satan.
Satan,
Said Loken.
I've heard that name before.
We spoke of it at the Whisperheads,
Said Cinderman in a low voice, looking about him as though someone might be listening.
It was said to be a nightmarish force of devilry cast down by a golden hero on Terra. As we now know, the Samus spirit was probably the local equivalent for the inhabitants of 6319.
Do you believe that?
Asked Loken.
That Samus was a spirit?
Of some form? Yes.
Said Cinderman honestly.
I believe that what I saw beneath the mountains was more than simply a Xenos of some kind, no matter what the War Master says.
And what about this serpent as Satan?
Cinderman, pleased to have a subject upon which he could illuminate, shook his head and said,
No. If you look closer, you'll see the word serpent has its origination in the Olympian root languages as Drakon, the cosmic serpent that was seen as a symbol of chaos.
Chaos!
cried Loken.
No!
Yes, went on Cinderman, hesitantly pointing out a passage of text in yet another of his books.
It is this chaos, or serpent, which must be overcome to create order and maintain life in any meaningful way. The serpentine dragon was a creature of great power, and its sacred years were times of great ambition and incredible risk. It's said that events occurring in a year of the dragon are magnified threefold in intensity.
Loken tried to hide his horror at Cinderman's words. The ritual significance of the serpent and its place in mythology cementing his conviction that what was happening on Davin was horribly wrong. He looked down at the book before him and said,
What's this?
It's a passage from the Book of Atum,
said Cinderman, as though afraid to tell him.
I only found it quite recently, I swear. I didn't think anything of it. I still don't, really. After all, it's just nonsense, isn't it?
Loken forced himself to look at the book, feeling his heart grow heavy with each word he read from its yellowed pages. I am Horus, forged of the oldest gods. I am he who gave way to chaos. I am that great destroyer of all. I am he who did what seemed good to him and set doom in the palace of my will. Mine is the fate of those who move along this serpentine path.
I'm no student of poetry,
snapped Loken.
What does it mean?
It's a prophecy,
said Cinderman hesitantly.
Speaks of a time when the world returns to its original chaos and the hidden aspects of the supreme gods become the new serpent.
I don't have time for metaphors, Kirill,
warned Loken.
At its most basic level,
said Cinderman,
it speaks about the death of the universe.
Oh shit.
Sejanus found him on the steps of a vaulted basilica, its wide doorway flanked by tall skeletons wrapped in funeral robes and holding flaming censers out before them. Though darkness had fallen, the streets of the city still thronged with worshippers, each carrying a lit taper or lantern to light the way. Horus looked up as Sejanus approached, thinking that the processions of light through the city would have seemed beautiful at any other time. The pageantry and pomp of the palanquins and altars being carried along the streets would previously have irritated him, were the procession in his honor, but now he craved them. "Have you seen all you need to see?" asked Sejanus, sitting beside him on the steps.
Yes,
replied Horus.
I wish to leave this place.
We can leave whenever you want. Just say the word, said Sejanus. There is more you need to see anyway, and our time is not infinite. Your body is dying, and you must make your choice before you are beyond the help of even the powers that dwell in the warp.
This choice,
asked Horus.
Does it involve what I think it does?
Only you can decide that, said Sejanus as the doors to the basilica opened behind them. Horus looked over his shoulder, seeing a familiar oblong of light where he would have expected to see a darkened vestibule.
Very well,
he said, standing and turning towards the light.
So where are we going now?
To the beginning, answered Sejanus. Stepping through the light, Horus found himself standing in what appeared to be a colossal laboratory. Its cavernous walls formed of white steel and silver panels. The air tasted sterile, and Horus could tell that the temperature of the air was close to freezing. Hundreds of figures encased in fully enclosed white oversuits with reflective gold visors filled the laboratory, working at row upon row of humming gold machines that sat atop long steel benches. Hissing puffs of vapor feathered the air above each worker's head, and long tubes coiled around the legs and arms of the white suits before hooking into cumbersome-looking backpacks. Though no words were spoken, a sense of the implementation of grand designs was palpable. Horus wandered through the facility, its inhabitants ignoring him as completely as those of the Shrine World had. Instinctively, he knew that he and Sejanus were far beneath the surface of whatever world they had traveled to. "Where are we now?" he asked.
When are we?
"Terra," said Sejanus. "At the dawn of a new age."
What does that mean?
In answer to his question, Sejanus pointed to the far wall of the laboratory where a shimmering energy field protected a huge silver steel door. The sign of the Aquila was etched into the metal, along with strange, mystical-looking symbols that were out of place in a laboratory dedicated to the pursuit of science. Just looking at the door made Horus uneasy, as though whatever lay beyond was somehow a threat to him.
What lies beyond that door?
Asked Horus, backing away from the silver portal. Truths you will not want to see, replied Sejanus, and answers you will not want to hear. Horus felt a strange, previously unknown sensation stir in his belly, and fought to quell it as he realized that, despite all the cunning wrought into his creation, the sensation was fear. Nothing good could live behind that door. Its secrets were best forgotten, and whatever knowledge lay beyond should be left hidden.
I do not want to know,
said Horus, turning from the door.
It is too much.
You fear to seek answers? Asked Sejanus angrily. This is not the Horus I followed into battle for 2 centuries. The Horus I knew would not shirk from uncomfortable truths.
Maybe not, but I still don't want to see it,
said Horus. I'm afraid you don't have a choice, my friend, said Sejanus. Horus looked up to see that he now stood in front of the door. Wisps of freezing air gusting from its base as he slowly raised and the energy field dissipated. Flashing yellow lights swirled to either side of the door, but no one in the laboratory paid any attention as the door slid up into the paneled wall. Dark knowledge lay beyond. Of that, Horus was certain. Just as certainly as he knew that he could not ignore the temptation of discovering the secrets it kept hidden. He had to know what it concealed. Sejanus was right. It wasn't in his nature to back away from anything, no matter what it was. He had faced all the terrors the galaxy had to show him, and he had not flinched. This would be no different.
Very well,
he said.
Show me.
Sejanus smiled and slapped his palm against Horus's shoulder guard, saying, I knew we could count on you, my friend. This will not be easy for you, but know that we would not show you this unless it was necessary.
Do what you must,
said Horus, shaking off the hand. For the briefest instant, Sejanus' reflection blurred like a shimmering mask in the gleaming metal of the door, and Horus fancied he saw a reptilian grin on his friend's face.
Let's just get this done.
They walked through the icy mist together, passing along a wide, steel-walled corridor that led to an identical door, which also slid into the ceiling as they approached. The chamber beyond was perhaps half the size of the laboratory. Its walls were pristine and sterile, and it was empty of technicians and scientists. The floor was smooth concrete and the temperature cool rather than cold. A raised central walkway ran the length of the chamber with 10 large cylindrical tanks the size of boarding torpedoes lying flat to either side of it, long serial numbers stenciled on their flanks. Steam gusted from the top of each tank like a breath. Beneath the serial numbers were the same mystical symbols he'd seen on the door leading to this place. Each tank was connected to a collection of strange machines, whose purpose Horus could not even begin to guess at. Their technologies were unlike anything he'd ever seen, their construction beyond even his incredible intellect. He climbed the metal stairs that led to the walkway, hearing strange sounds like fists on metal as he reached the top. Now atop the walkway, he could see that each tank had a wide hatchway at its end, with a wheel handle in its center and a thick sheet of armored glass above it. Brilliant light flickered behind each block of glass, and the very air thrummed with potential. Something about all this seemed dreadfully familiar to Horus, and he felt an irresistible urge to know what lay within the tanks, while simultaneously dreading what he might see.
What are these?
He asked as he heard Sejanus climbing up behind him. I'm not surprised you don't remember. It's been over 200 years. Horus leaned forward and wiped his gauntlet across the fogged glass of the first tank's hatch. He squinted against the brightness, straining to see what lay within. The light was blinding. A motion-blurred shape within, twisting like dark smoke in the wind. Something saw him. Something moved closer.
What do you mean?
Asked Horus, fascinated by the strange, formless being that swam through the light of the tank. Its motion slowed, and it became a silhouette as it moved closer to the glass, his form settling into something more solid. The tank hummed with power, as though the metal were barely able to contain the energy generated by the creature contained within it. These are the Emperor's most secret genovaults beneath the Himalayan peaks, said Sejanus. This is where you were created. Horus wasn't listening. He was staring through the glass in amazement at a pair of liquid eyes that were the mirror of his own. It's kicking off. It's definitely kicking off. Right. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna nip to the toilet, and then I need to put my phone on charge. Give me 2 seconds.
Hello. I'm back. Right, I've returned. Before I read one last chapter for tonight, what do you think? What do you think's going on? Hey, everybody! On TikTok, my first time ever streaming live on TikTok, so I hope you're enjoying the story. But we're also streaming on YouTube and Twitch as well. But we've got the three-headed snake of streaming today. So what's people saying on Twitch? Let's have a look. Eggy's saying, imagine dying, going to another world, being told everything you know is a lie, and then seeing how you were made. that's well, you basically just summarized exactly what's happened there, haven't you? Really, like that's exactly what's happened, which is brutal. It's savage. And we've got Owen on Twitch saying, the top and bottom of it is, though, his downfall is of his own doing. He had every opportunity to trust his intuition and say no to Sejanus at the start, but he literally liked the sound of his own voice too much and chose the path of vanity. Yeah, that's what it seems like. That is what it seems like. He says, like, obviously he's been led astray and coerced into this, but his own hubris and ideas of self-grandeur are what are causing this top and bottom of it. Yeah, absolutely. Old Drake, how you doing, mate? Good to see you, dude. Somewhere deep down, he probably always felt he has deserved this spot over the Emperor. Ooh, bloody hell. That's some serious business, that, innit? Jesus. Snow. Not only that, Magnus was trying to help him too. Yeah, seemed that way, didn't it? And he ignored him and ran away. TX asked on TikTok, what am I reading? It is False Gods by Graham McNeill. It's awesome. But yeah, I hope everyone who's watching on TikTok is enjoying it. Like I said, this is my first ever TikTok live stream. So, hope you guys are enjoying it as much as everyone on Twitch and YouTube. Chaka on Twitch says, I said this chapters ago. I know, but I can't give anything away, can I? I don't want to turn around and go, Eggy, Horus is becoming Napoleon, mate. Yeah, well, it's not looking good, is it? It's not looking great. So Horus has figured out that where he is in the warp. He knows that whoever he's talking to isn't really Hasta Sejanus. And he's been shown all these visions of potential futures, or the future of a world where there's statues of his father and his brothers, but no statues of him, and thousands of people worshipping his father as a god, which is everything he's been told not to do by his father. His father has gone through the entire galaxy, erasing all religion. And then Horus has shown a glimpse, a vision of this. So what does that mean? You know what I mean? And now he's been taken to a place where he's been told by whoever it is who's wearing Pastor Sejanus' face that this laboratory is where he was created. And he's looking into a tank, this big tank thing, and looking straight back at him is a pair of eyes that look exactly like his own. It is mental. Right, should we read one last chapter? I'll read one last chapter tonight. Eggy on Twitch says, I'm just wondering when the mask will slip and Sejanus shows his true face. Well, let's read one more chapter and find out, shall we? See if his mask does slip. Chapter 15. Revelations. Descent. Scattering. In the 2 days since the War Master's departure, the vengeful spirit had become a ghost ship. The mighty vessel having hemorrhaged landers, carriers, skiffs, and any other craft capable of making it to the surface to follow Horus to Davin. This suited Ignace Carcasi fine as he marched with newfound purpose and practice insouciance through the decks of the ship, a canvas satchel slung over one shoulder. Each time he passed a public area of the ship, he would check for anyone watching and liberally spread a number of sheets of paper around on desks, tables, and couches. The ache in his shoulder was lessening the more copies of The Truth Is All We Have he distributed from the satchel. Each sheet bearing 3 of what he considered to be his most powerful works to date. Uncaring Gods was his personal favourite, unfavourably comparing the Astartes warriors to the ancient titans of myth, a powerful piece that he knew was worthy of a wider audience. He knew he had to be careful with such works, but the passion burned in him too brightly to be contained. He'd managed to get his hands on a cheap bulk printer with ridiculous ease, acquiring one from the first junkyard dog he'd approached with no more than a few moments' effort. It was not a good quality machine, or even one he would have looked at twice on Terra. But even so, it had cost him the bulk of his winnings at Mercy Mercy. It was a poor thing, but it did the job, even though his billet now stank of printer's ink. Humming quietly to himself, Carcasi continued through the civilian decks,
coming at last to the retreat. Careful now that he was entering areas where he was known and where there might be others around. His fears were unfounded as the retreat was empty, making it even more depressing and run down looking. One should never see a drinking establishment well lit, he thought. It just makes it look even sadder. He made his way through the retreat, placing a couple of sheets on each table. Carcasey froze as he heard the clink of a bottle on a glass, his hand outstretched to another table. "What are you doing?" asked a cultured, but clearly drunk, female voice. Carcasey turned and saw a bedraggled woman slumped in one of the booths at the far end of the retreat, which explained why he hadn't seen her. She was in shadow, but he instantly recognized her as Petronella Vivar, the War Master's documentarist, though her appearance was a far cry from when he had last seen her on Davin. No, that wasn't right. He remembered. He had seen her on the embarkation deck as the Astartes had returned with the War Master. Obviously, the experience hadn't failed to leave its mark on her. "Those papers," she said. "What are they?" Carcasey guiltily dropped the sheets he had been holding onto the tabletop and shifted the satchel so that it rested at his back. "Nothing, really," he said, moving down the row of the booths towards her. "Just some poems I'd like people to read." "Poetry? Is it any good? I could use something uplifting." He knew he should leave her to a maudlin solitude, but the egotist in him couldn't help but respond. "Yes, I think they're some of my best, actually." Can I read them?" "I wouldn't right now, my dear," he said. "What if you're looking for something light? They're a bit dark." "A bit dark?" She laughed, the sound harsh and ugly. "You have no idea." "It's Vivar, isn't it?" asked Carcasey, approaching her booth. "That's your name, isn't it?" He looked up, and Carcasey, an expert in gauging levels of inebriation in others, saw that she was drunk to the point of insensibility. 3 bottles sat drained on the table and a 4th lay in pieces on the floor. "Yeah, that's me. Petronella Vivar," she said. "Palatina Majoria of House Carpenus. Writer and fraud and think very drunk." "I can see that. But what do you mean by fraud?" "Fraud," she slurred, taking another drink. "I came here to tell the glory of Horus and the splendid brotherhood of the Primarchs, you know? I told Horus when I met him that if he didn't let me do it, he could just go to hell. Thought I'd lost my chance right then and there. But he laughed. He laughed?" She nodded. "Yep, laughed. But let me do it anyway. Think he might have thought I'd be amusing to keep around or something. I thought I was ready for anything."
And has it proved to be all you hoped it would be, my dear Petronella?
No. Not really, if I'm honest. You want a drink? Tell you all about it.
Carcasi nodded and fetched himself a glass from the bar before sitting across from her. She poured him some wine, getting more on the table than in the glass.
Thank you,
he said.
So why is it not what you thought it would be? There's many a remembrancer would think such a position would be a documentarist's dream. Mercedes Oliton would have killed to land such a role.
Who?
A friend of mine,
Explained Carcasi.
she's also a documentarist.
She wouldn't want it, trust me.
Said Petronella. And Carcasi could see that the puffiness around her eyes was as due as much to tears as to alcohol.
Some illusions are just best kept. Everything I thought I knew, upside down. Just like that. Trust me.
She doesn't want this.
No, I think she might,
said Carcasi, taking a drink. She shook her head and took a closer look at him, as though seeing him for the first time.
Who are you?
She asked suddenly.
I don't know you.
My name is Ignace Carcasi,
He said, puffing out his chest.
winner of the Ethiopic Laureate and
Carcasi. I know that name.
She said, rubbing the heel of her palm against her temple as she sought to recall him.
Wait a minute. You're a poet, aren't you?
I am indeed,
He said.
Do you know my work?
She nodded.
You write poetry. Bad poetry, I think. I don't remember.
Stung by her casual dismissal of his work, he resorted to petulance and said,
Well, what have you written that's so bloody great? Can't say I remember reading anything you've written.
Ha! You don't remember what I'm gonna write? Tell you that for nothing.
Really?
whipped Carcasi, gesturing at the empty bottles on the table.
And what might that be? Memoirs of an inebriated socialite? Vengeful spirits of the vengeful spirit?
You think you're so clever, don't you?
I have my moments,
said Carcasi, knowing that there wasn't much challenge in scoring points over a drunken woman, but enjoying it nonetheless. Anyway, it would be pleasant to take this spoiled rich girl, who was complaining about the biggest break of her life, down a peg or two.
You don't know anything,
she snapped.
Don't I?
He asked.
Well, why don't you illuminate me then? Fine, I will.
And she told Ignace Carcasi the most incredible tale he'd ever heard in his life.
Why did you bring me here?
Asked Horus, backing away from the silver tank. The eyes on the other side of the glass watched him curiously, clearly aware of him in a way that everyone else they had encountered on this strange odyssey was not. Though he knew with utter certainty who those eyes belonged to, he couldn't accept that this sterile chamber far beneath the earth was where the glory of his life had begun. Raised on Chthoniya, under the black smog of the smelteries, that had been his home. His earliest memories a blur of confusing images and feelings. Nothing in his memory recalled this place or the awareness that must have grown within.
You have seen the ultimate goal of the Emperor, my friend, said Sejanus. Now, it is time for you to see how he began his quest for godhood.
With the Primarchs, said Horus. That makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense. You were to be his generals, like unto gods. You would bestride planets and claim back the galaxy for him. You were a weapon, Horus. A weapon to be cast aside once blunted and past all usefulness. Horus turned from Sejanus and marched along the walkway, stopping periodically to peer through the glass of the tanks. He saw something different in each one. Light and form indistinguishable. Organisms like architecture. Eyes and wheels turning in circles of fire. Power like nothing he had known was at work. And he could feel the potent energy surrounding and protecting the tanks, rippling across his skin like waves in the air. He stopped by the tank with 11 stenciled upon it and placed his hand against the smooth steel, feeling the untapped glories that might have lain ahead for what grew within, but knowing that they would never come to pass. He leaned forward to look within. You know what happens here, Horus, said Sejanus. You are not long for this place.
Yes, said Horus. There was an accident. We were lost, scattered across the stars until the Emperor discovered us.
No, said Sejanus. There was no accident. Horus turned from the glass, confused.
What are you talking about? Of course there was. We were hurled from Terra like leaves in a storm. I came to Chthoniya, Russ to Fenris, Sanguinius to Baal, and the others to the worlds they were raised on.
No. You misunderstand me. I meant that it wasn't an accident, said Sejanus. Look around you. You know how far beneath the earth we are, and you saw the protective wards carved on the doors that led here. What manner of accident do you think could reach into this facility and scatter you so far across the galaxy? And what were the chances of you all coming to rest on ancient homeworlds of humanity? Horus had no answer for him, and leaned on the walkway's railing, taking deep breaths as Sejanus approached him.
What are you suggesting?
I am suggesting nothing. I am telling you what happened.
You are telling me nothing, roared Horus. You fill my head with speculation and conjecture, but you tell me nothing concrete. Maybe I'm being stupid. I don't know. So explain what you mean in plain words.
Very well, nodded Sejanus. I will tell you of your creation. Thunderheads rumbled over the summit of the Delphos. A Euphrates Keeler snapped off a couple of quick picts under the structure's immensity, silhouetted against sheets of purple lightning. She knew the picts were nothing special, the composition banal and pedestrian, but she took them anyway, knowing that every moment of this historic time had to be recorded for future generations. Are you done? Asked Titus Cassar, who stood a little way behind her. The prayer meeting's in a few moments and you don't want to be late.
I know, Titus. Stop fussing. She had met Titus Cassar the day after she had arrived in the Valley of the Delphos, following the secret Laetitio Divinata symbols to a clandestine prayer meeting he had organized in the shadow of the mighty building. She had been surprised by how many people were part of his congregation, nearly 60 souls, all with their heads bowed and reciting prayers to the divine emperor of mankind. Cassar had welcomed her into his flock, but people had quickly gravitated to her daily prayers and sermons, preferring them to his. For all his faith, Cassar was no orator, and his awkward, spiky delivery left a lot to be desired. He had faith, but he was no iterator. That was for sure. She had worried that he might resent her usurping his group, but he had welcomed it, knowing that he was a follower, not a leader. In truth, she was no leader either. Like Cassar, she had faith, but felt uncomfortable standing in front of large groups of people. The crowds of the faithful didn't seem to notice, staring at her in rapturous adoration as she delivered the words of the Emperor.
I'm not fussing you, Fratey.
Yes, you are.
Well, maybe I am, but I have to get back to the DSRA before I'm missed. Princeps Tenay will have my hide if he finds out what I've been doing here.
The mighty war engines of the Legio Mortis stood sentinel over the War Master at the mouth of the valley, their bulk too enormous to allow them to enter. The crater looked more like the site of a military muster than a gathering of pilgrims and supplicants. Tanks, trucks, flatbeds and mobile command vehicles having carried tens of thousands of people to this place over the past 7 days. Together with the bizarre-looking locals, a huge portion of the expeditionary fleet filled the crater with makeshift camps all around the Delphos. People had, in wondrous outpouring of spontaneous feeling, made their way to where the War Master lay, and the scale of it still had the power to take Euphrates' breath away. The steps of the temple were thick with offerings to the War Master, and she knew that many of the people here had given all they had in the hope that it might speed his recovery in some way. Keela had a new passion in her life, but she was still an imagist at heart, and some of the picts she had taken were amongst her finest work. Yeah, you're right. We should go, she said, folding up her picture and hanging it around her neck. She ran her hand through her hair, still not used to how short it was now, but liking how it made her feel.
Have you thought about where you're going to stay tonight?
Asked Cassar as they made their way through the thronged site to the prayer meeting. No, not really, she answered. I never planned that far ahead. I just let the Emperor's light fill me and then I speak from the heart. Cassar nodded, hanging on her every word. She smiled. You know, 6 months ago, I'd have laughed if anyone had said things like that around me.
What things?
Asked Cassar. About the Emperor, she said, fingering the silver eagle on a chain she kept tucked beneath her remembrance's robes. But I guess a lot can happen to a person in that time.
I guess so,
agreed Cassar, making way for a group of army soldiers.
The Emperor's light is a powerful force, Euphrates.
As Keela and Cassar drew level with the soldiers, a thick-necked bull of a man with a shaved head slammed his shoulder into Cassar and pitched him to the ground.
Hey, which way you going?
Snarled the soldier, looming over Cassar. Keela stood over the fallen Cassar and shouted, "Piss off, you cretin! You hit him!" The soldier turned, backhanding his fist into Euphrates' jaw, and she dropped to the ground, more shocked than hurt. She struggled to rise as blood filled her mouth, but a pair of hands gripped her shoulders and held her firm to the ground. Two soldiers held her down as the others started kicking the fallen Kassar. "Get off me!" she yelled.
Shut up, bitch!
Yelled the first soldier.
You think you don't know what you're doing? Prayers and stuff to the Emperor. Horus is the one you should be giving thanks to.
Kassar rolled to his knees, blocking the kicks as best he could, but he was facing 3 trained soldiers and couldn't block them all. He punched one in the groin and swayed away from a thick-soled boot aimed at his head, finally gaining his feet as a chopping hand struck him on the side of the neck. Keela struggled in her captor's grip, but they were too strong. One man reached down to tear the pictor from around her neck, and she bit his wrist as it came into range of her teeth. He yelped and ripped the pictor from her as the other wrenched her head back by the roots of her hair. "Don't you dare!" she screamed, struggling even harder as the soldier swung the pictor by its strap and smashed it to pieces on the ground. Kassar was down on one knee, his face bloody and angry. He freed his pistol from its holster, but a knee connected with his face and knocked him insensible, the pistol clattering to the ground beside him. "Titus!" shouted Keela, fighting like a wildcat and finally managing to free one arm. She reached back and clawed her nails down the face of the man who held her. He screamed and released his grip on her, and she scrambled to her knees, on her knees to the fallen pistol. "Get her!" someone shouted. "Emperor-loving witch!" She reached the pistol, hearing the thud of heavy impacts, and rolled onto her back. She held the gun out in front of her, ready to kill the next bastard that came near her. Then she saw she wouldn't have to kill anyone. 3 of the soldiers were down. 1 was running for his life through the campsite, and the last was held in the iron grip of an Astartes warrior. The soldier's feet flailed a meter off the ground as the Astartes held him round the neck with one hand.
5-1 doesn't seem very sporty now, does it?
Asked the warrior. And Keela saw that it was Captain Torgadon, one of the Mournival. She remembered snapping some fine images of Torgadon on the Vengeful Spirit and thinking that he was the handsomest of all the sons of Horus. Torgadon ripped the name and unit badge from the struggling soldier's uniform before dropping him and saying,
"You'll be hearing from the Discipline Masters. Now get out of my sight before I kill you."
Keela dropped the pistol and scooted over to her pictor, cursing as she saw that it and the images contained within it were probably ruined. She pawed through the remains and lifted out the memory coil. If she could get this into the edit engine she kept in her billet quickly enough, then perhaps she could save some of the images. Kassar groaned in pain, and she felt a momentary pang of guilt that she'd gone for her smashed pictor before him, but it soon passed.
"You Keela?"
asked Torgadon, as she slipped the memory coil into her robes. She looked up, surprised that he knew her name, and said, "Yes."
"Good,"
he said, offering his hand to help her to her feet.
"You want to tell me what that was all about?"
he asked. She hesitated, not wanting to tell an Astartes warrior the real reason for the assault. "I don't think they like the images I was taking," she said.
"Everyone's a critic, eh?"
chuckled Torgadon, but she could see that he didn't believe her. "Yeah, but I need to get back to the ship to recover them."
"Well, that's happy coincidence,"
said Torgadon. "What do you mean?"
"Been asked to take you back to the Vengeful Spirit."
"You have? Why?"
"Does it matter?"
asked Torgadon.
"You're coming back with me."
"You can at least tell me who wants me back, can't you?"
"No. Top secret."
"Really?"
"No, not really. It's Kirill Sinderman."
The idea of Sinderman sending an Astartes warrior to do his bidding seemed ludicrous to Keela. Then there could only be one reason why the venerable Iterator wanted to speak to her. Ignis, or Mercedes, must have blabbed to him about her new faith, and she felt her anger grow at their unwillingness to understand her newfound truth. So, the Astartes are at the beck and call of the Iterators now? She snapped. Hardly, said Torgiden. It's a favour to a friend, and I think it might be in your own best interest to go back. Why? You ask a lot of questions, Miss Keeler, said Torgiden. And while that's a trait that probably stands you in good stead as a remembrancer, might be best for you to be quiet and listen for a change. Am I in trouble? Torgiden stirred the smashed remnants of her picture with his boot and said, Let's just say, as someone wants to give you some lessons in pictography. Get a little bit of me drink, 1 second. The Emperor knew he would need the greatest warriors to lead his armies, began Sejanus. To lead such warriors as the Astartes needed commanders like gods. Commanders who were virtually indestructible and could command superhuman warriors in the blink of an eye. They would be engineered to be leaders of men, mighty warlords whose martial prowess was only matched by the Emperor's, each with his own particular skills.
The Primarchs.
Indeed. Only beings of such magnitude could even think of conquering the galaxy. Can you imagine the hubris and will required to even contemplate such an endeavor? What manner of man could even consider it? Who but a Primarch could be trusted with such a monumental task? No man, not even the Emperor, could achieve such a godlike undertaking alone. Hence you were created.
To conquer the galaxy for humanity.
No, not for humanity. For the Emperor, said Sejanus. You already know in your heart what awaits you when the Great Crusade is over. You will become a jailer who polices the Emperor's regime while he ascends to godhood and abandons you all. What sort of reward is that for someone who conquered the galaxy?
It is no reward at all, snarled Horus, hammering his hand to the side of the silver tank before him.
The metal buckled and a hairline crack split the toughened glass under his assault. He could hear a desperate drumming from inside, and a hiss of escaping gas whined from the frosted panel of the tank. Look around you, Horus, said Sejanus. Do you think that the science of man alone could have created a being such as a Primarch? If such technology existed, why not create 100 Horuses? 1,000? No. A bargain was made that saw you emerge from its forging. I know. For the Masters of the Warp are as much your father as the Emperor.
No, shouted Horus. I won't believe you. The Primarchs are my brothers. The Emperor's sons created from his own flesh and blood, and each are a part of him.
Each a part of him, yes. But where did such power come from? He bargained with the gods of the warp for a measure of their power. That is what he invested in you, not his paltry human power.
The gods of the warp? What are you talking about, Sejanus?
The entities whose realm is being destroyed by the Emperor, said Sejanus. Intelligences, Xenos creatures, gods. Does it matter what terminology we use for them? They have such incredible power that they might as well be gods by your reckoning. They command the secrets of life and death and all that lies between. Experience, change, war, and decay. They are all part of the endless cycle of existence. And the gods of the warp hold dominion over them all. Their power flows through your veins and bestows incredible abilities upon you. The Emperor has long known of them, and he came to them many centuries ago, offering friendship and devotion.
He would never do such a thing,
denied Horus. You underestimate his lust for power, my friend, said Sejanus, as they made their way back towards the steps that led down to the laboratory floor. The gods of the warp are powerful, but they do not understand this material universe. And the Emperor was able to betray them, stealing away their power for himself. In creating you, he passed on but a tiny measure of that power. Horus felt his breath come in short, painful bursts. He wanted to deny Sejanus' words, but part of him knew that this was no lie. Like any man, his future was uncertain, but his past had always been his own. His glories in life had been forged with his own two hands, but even now, they were being stripped away from him by the Emperor's treachery.
So, we are tainted,
whispered Horus.
all of us.
Tainted? No, said Sejanus, shaking his head. The power of the warp simply is. Used wisely and by a man of power, it can be a weapon like no other. It can be mastered, and it can be a powerful tool for one with the will to use it.
Then why did the Emperor not use it well?
Because he was weak, said Sejanus, leaning in close to Horus. Unlike you, he lacked the will to master it, and the gods of the warp do not take kindly to those who betray them. The Emperor had taken a measure of their power for himself, but they struck back at him.
How?
You will see. With the power he stole from them, he was too powerful for them to attack directly. But they had foreseen a measure of his plans, and they struck at what he needed most to realize those plans.
The Primarchs.
The Primarchs, agreed Sejanus, walking back down the length of the walkway. Horus heard distant sirens blare and felt the air within the chamber become more agitated, as if a cold electric current whipped from molecule to molecule.
What's going on?
He asked, as the sirens grew louder. Justice, said Sejanus. The reflective surfaces of the tanks lit up as an actinic blue light appeared above them, and Horus looked up to see a blob of dirty light swirling into existence just below the ceiling. Like a miniature galaxy, it hung suspended upon the silver incubation tanks, growing larger with every passing second. A powerful wind tugged at Horus, and he hung on to the railing as a shrieking howl issued from the spreading vortex above him.
What is that?
He shouted, working his way along the railing towards the stairs. You know what it is, Horus, said Sejanus.
We have to get out of here.
It's too late for that, said Sejanus, taking his arm in an iron grip.
Take your hand off me, Sejanus,
warned Horus.
Or whatever your name is. I know you're not Sejanus, so you might as well stop pretending.
Even as he spoke, he saw a group of armored warriors rushing through the chamber's doorways towards them. There were 6 of them, each with the build of an Astartes but without a suit of battle plate. They were less bulked out and gigantic. They wore fabulously ornate gold breastplates decorated with eagles and lightning bolts, and each wore a tall peaked helm of bronze with a red horsehair plume. Scarlet cloaks billowed behind them in the cyclone that swept through the chamber. Long spears with bolt guns slung beneath long crackling blades were aimed at him, and he instantly recognized the warriors for what they were: the Custodian Guard, the Praetorians of the Emperor himself.
Halt, fiends, and face thy judgment,
shouted the lead warrior, aiming his guardian spear at Horus's heart. Though the warrior wore an enclosing helm, Horus would have recognized his eyes and that voice anywhere.
Valdor,
cried Horus.
Constantine Valdor. It's me. It's Horus.
Be silent, shouted Valdor.
End this foul conjuration now.
Horus looked up at the ceiling, feeling the power contained within the swirling maelstrom tugging at him like the call of a long-lost friend. He forced his siren song from his mind, dropped to the floor of the chamber and took a step forward. Ripping blasts of light erupted from the custodian spears, and Horus was forced to his knees by the hammering impact of their shells. The howling gale swallowed the noise of the shots, and Horus cried out, not with pain, but with the knowledge that fellow warriors of the Imperium had fired upon him. More blasts struck him, tearing great chunks from his armor, but none was able to defeat its protection. The custodians advanced in disciplined ranks, pouring their fire into him and keeping him pinned beneath its weight. Sejanus ducked behind the stairs, sparks and smoking chunks ripping from the metal as the explosive bolts tore through it. Horus roared in anger and surged to his feet, all thoughts of restraint forgotten as he found himself at the center of the deafening storm. A bolt clipped his gorget and almost spun him around, but it was not enough to stop him. He ripped the guardian spear from the nearest custodian and smashed his skull to splinters with a single blow from his fist. He reversed his grip on the spear and slashed the next custodian from collarbone to groin, the two shorn halves swept up by the howling winds and vanishing into the crackling vortex. Another custodian died as Horus rammed the spear through his chest and split him in two. A blade lanced for his head, but he shattered it with a swipe of his fist and ripped the arm from his attacker with casual ease. Another custodian died as Horus tore his head off in his mighty fist, blood gushing from the neck as if from a geyser, as he tossed the severed head aside. Only Valdor remained, and Horus snarled as he rounded on the chief custodian. A blaze of light erupted from the barrel of Valdor's guardian spear. Horus grunted at the impacts, raised his fist to strike Valdor down, hearing metal squeal and tear as the force of the hurricane reaching from the vortex above finally achieved its goal. Horus paused in his attack, suddenly terrified for the fate of those inside the tanks. He turned and saw one tank spewing gases and screams as it was ripped from the ground, following others as they were torn from the moorings and swept upwards. Then time stopped, and a blinding light filled the chamber. Horus felt warm honey flow through him, and he turned towards the source of the light, a shimmering golden giant of unimaginable majesty and beauty. Horus dropped to his knees in rapture at the sight. Who would not strive to worship so perfect a being? Power and certainty flowed from the figure, the secret mystery of creation at his fingertips, the answers to any question that could be asked there for the knowing, and the wisdom to know how to use them. He wore armor that gleamed a perfect gold, his features impossible to know, and his glory and power unmatched by any being in creation. The golden warrior moved as though in slow motion, raising his hand to halt the madness of the vortex with a gesture. The maelstrom was silenced, and the tumbling incubation tanks suspended in midair. The golden figure turned a puzzled gaze upon Horus.
I know you,
he said, and Horus wept to hear such a perfect symphony of sound.
Yes,
said Horus, unable to raise his voice above a whisper. The giant cocked his head to one side and said,
You would destroy my great works, but you will not succeed. I beg you, turn from this path, or all will be lost.
Horus reached out towards the golden warrior as he turned his sad gaze to the incubation tanks held motionless above him, weighing the consequences of future events in the blink of an eye. Horus could see the decision in the figure's wondrous eyes and shouted,
No!
The figure turned from him, and time snapped back into its prescribed stream. The deafening howl of the warp-spawned wind returned with the force of a hurricane, and Horus heard the screams of his brothers amid the metallic clanging of their incubation tanks.
Father, no!
He yelled.
You can't let this happen!
The golden giant was walking away, leaving the carnage in his wake, uncaring of the lives he had wrought. Horus felt his hate swell bright and strong within his breast. The power of the wind seized him in his grip, and he let it take him, spinning him up into the air, and Horus opened his arms as he was reunited once again with his brothers. The abyss of the warp vortex yawned above him like a great eye of terror and madness. He surrendered to its power and let it take him into its embrace. And that is where I will leave it for tonight. That is where I'm going to leave it. Yo, everyone on TikTok, I hope you enjoyed it. It's my first ever TikTok live stream. I hope you had a good time. I'm going to say goodnight to y'all. Peace and love.
See you next time. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Right. So. What do you think? Shit. Shit. Holy shit. That's pretty cool. I had 145 viewers on TikTok. That's not bad. I think I've only got about 100 followers on TikTok. That's alright, isn't it? Pretty cool. That's alright, isn't it? Bloody hell.
So,
Let's have a little debrief, shall we? What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? Great chapters. God's sake, man. No horrors. 12-year-old to go, let's party. Jacka was amazing. Don't stop getting impressed by your voice acting. Oh, thank you. Cheers, Jacka. I just enjoy doing it. Do you know what I mean? Just give them, like, try and do as many different voices as I can. Owen. Fuck me, man. This shit is fucked. Horus is fucked. Everything's fucked. Snow, even knowing what's going to happen, these chapters are insane to hear again. So good in it. Owen, holy shit, that's mad. Eggy, Horus basically saw the end of days. He saw his creation. He saw the beginning of his days. He saw the event that happened that scattered him and his brothers across the galaxy before they were born, which is why the Emperor started the Great Crusade to reconquer the galaxy under mankind and find his sons. And that was the event. So what Horus has just seen there was that the Emperor came in when that event was happening and did nothing to stop it. That's what he saw. He saw the event that scattered the Primarchs across the galaxy, and he saw that the Emperor turned up and did nothing to stop it. Sejanus, basically, well, whatever's wearing Sejanus's face, said to Horus, the Emperor stole power from the gods and used it to create you and your brothers, and obviously give himself power. So, and he made a deal with the gods that he then reneged on. He reneged on that deal. He went back on his word. So then the gods fought back by fucking up the Emperor's plan, by scattering his sons across the galaxy. And the Emperor came in and walked in on this happening and did nothing.
But he saw Horus because he spoke to him and he said, I know you. Turn from this path or all will be lost. And then just walked away and let what happened happen. King Snow, you were so into the voice acting at one point, you said you needed a drink in character. Really? Amazing. Owen, he saw what was being shown to him. Is that accurate or just another tactic to turn him? Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. So this Sejanus thing shown him the future, which was a galaxy without Horus, where everyone worships the Emperor as a god. And then he's shown him Horus's past, his very beginning, and what happened, how he was created, and why him and his brothers were scattered across the galaxy. So he's shown him the past and the future.
Yeah, Eggy, you're right. He saw his creation, his destruction, and the annihilation of everything he knew.
Eggy, fucking Erebus. Owen, he saw it, sure, but again, did he see the actual events? Or just the events that would be most likely to turn him against the Emperor? That's for you to figure out, I guess.
Owen, this shit is mad.
But here's another thing, though. Here's another thing to think about. This is gonna bend your mind a bit. Were they visions? Were they visions? Or were they really there? Because in the warp, time isn't a thing in the warp. Time does not exist in the warp. Everything exists at the same time in the warp. So, that's also a possibility. That's also on the cards. Because time doesn't exist in the warp. Time isn't a thing. So, because that's why, like, you know, when they use, you know, when they travel through the warp to cover vast distances of space, sometimes they'll come out of the warp on the other side of the galaxy earlier than they entered the warp on the other side of the galaxy. Time isn't a thing. So I could leave. I could. So for example, I could get on the spaceship, enter the warp on Wednesday. Yeah. Travel through the warp to the other side of the galaxy and come out at my destination on Monday, the Monday before. I'm telling you that so you kind of have an understanding of what the warp is like.
Chaka, the author of this, has an amazing brain. Imagine inventing all this. Well, all this, the overarching story, like the main plot points of events, was written by the Games Workshop staff, basically, like years and years ago, like late 80s, early 90s. And then these writers, Dan Abnett, Graham McNeill, Aaron Dembski-Bowden, they have then took these events and then fleshed it all out. So sick. Chaka, maybe they are just fucking with his brain. Maybe they are. Maybe they are. Maybe they're showing him the truth. Maybe they were actually where they were. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the thing. Like, with the warp, you can't trust any of it. Or you can. Like, it's just like, do you know what I mean? Because you don't know what. You don't know what it is. You don't know whether it's real or not. Because just as much as you think it's a vision and an illusion, it just as might well be, it could be fucking real as well. He might have actually been there. Because he's in the warp. Or it could all just be fucking a trick. Do you know what I mean? But you don't know. Snow, when Slanesh was born, she had already existed too, which is crazy. Yeah, exactly. So there's a chaos god. That's the youngest of the chaos gods. But when she was born, she'd always existed, because that's how the warp works. Even though she hadn't existed before she was born. But then at the point when she was born, she had always existed then. Because that's what I mean. Like, time, it isn't a thing in the warp. It doesn't exist. Everything just is all the time. Everything exists at once. Even if it hasn't existed up until this specific point, as soon as it exists, it's always existed. Best part was the priestess just fatality-ing the fuck out of Erebus. Agreed, fuck Erebus. Always great to see him get put down. Owen, I didn't even consider the possibility that they were actually at these places and not just being shown them. Exactly. But they could be. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the thing. You don't know. Like, the possibility. Erebus got his throat slit by a priestess. Horus interacted with these worlds. Exactly. But then, hang on. But then did he though? But did he interact with them though? Or was it just the illusion that he was being given? Because you got to remember, he can feel everything that's there. But can he though? Do you know what I mean? No, this is what I'm saying though. That's what the warp is. It does mess with your head, because it could, just as much as it could all be bullshit, it could also all be real and really happening. That's what's amazing about it, is that you have no idea. Is this real? Did they lie? Is it all a trick? Is it the truth? Was he just being shown visions of a lie or a truth? Or was he actually there? That's how far through we are. Eggy, so wait a minute, is Steed really the warp? Exactly. Steed is the 5th Chaos God. The god of pigeons. Chaka, maybe he's just still laying there dying and it's just in his brain. Exactly. But maybe... maybe it's not, like... He's not physically there. Like, do you know what I mean? He's definitely in the warp. Like, it's like his spirit, if you know what I mean. His soul, let's say that, or his consciousness is in the warp. That is definitely for sure. It's not his physical body that's there. His physical body is in that temple, locked in that temple. It's definitely his soul or his spirit or his consciousness. But that doesn't mean that any of these things are real or are fake. It's because, right, the reason why I'm loving this Chaka is because now we're getting to a point where I can start talking about things like the warp now. Because now we're in it. Do you know what I mean? So now I can explain certain things. Do you get what I'm saying? Whereas I couldn't say anything about what the warp was or anything up until this point where we're actually in it. And it's showing you what it is. Like, or what it's not. Which is amazing. This is the thing that I love about it. It's just like, well, everything is and isn't all the time, or none of the time. It's fucking... You know what I'm saying? There's no time. Everything exists all the time, everywhere, all at once. It's fucked. Everything's true, and everything's false, and everything's real, and everything's fake. And then what you've also got to ask yourself, was that really the Emperor? Because it could be, and it also might not be. Do you know what I mean? The Emperor might really have been there in many different ways as well. So he might, the thing is, right, that might have just been a vision of the past or a lie of the past, right? And also that could have been like a bullshit version of the Emperor, or it could have been the real version of the Emperor at that point in time. It could also be the Emperor right now, with his consciousness in the warp, genuinely telling Horus, turn back now, do not do this. Do you get what I mean? You know, like how that wolf was Magnus, Horus's brother, trying to warn him. That vision of the Emperor could also be actually the Emperor trying to tell Horus not to do this. Do you know what I mean? Or it might not be. It might just be. It could be like what actually happened there, and that's the past version of the Emperor, and that's exactly what happened. Or it could all be bullshit.
It could all be total shit. And it could all be just made up. There's a lot to think about, really. Do you get what I'm saying, though? So knowing all that now, knowing what you know about the warp now, what I've just told you, what are you thinking? Yeah, but yeah. So yeah, absolutely yes, Owen. But what do you think happened? What do you think just happened? Snow. No, I've not read Son of the Forest yet. Remember, no, don't put anything spoilery that might spoil anything that may happen within this that's going on now. No, I've not read Son of the Forest yet. I do know what happens though. I've read parts of Son of the Forest, but I've not read the whole book. I've read like excerpts of it. Yeah. You have to stay. Yeah. You can always message me on. You can always DM me on Discord if you want to talk to me about it. Eggy, my head feels like it's been shoved in a fucking cannon. What do you think's just happened, though? I want to know what you actually think has just happened. Like that entire thing. What do you think has happened? That's what I want to know. I like asking you this at the end of every of these book streams because I want to know where your head's at with the information that you have been given. Jackie, you think Horus is becoming the Emperor and can see both present, now, and future? Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Nossa, you missed too much to guess. It's all right. Go back and watch it. Watch the VOD one when at your leisure. At your leisure, because this stream, the 3 chapters in this stream have been well good. Definitely worth like going back and watching. Owen, I personally still think that these aren't the real events. I believe that this is all just a manufacturing that is tailored specifically to Horus to turn him away from the Emperor, so they can use him to destroy the Emperor. It's so specifically and perfectly catered to his flaws in every manner. Very interesting. Very interesting. Eggy, I think Horus is slipped into essentially a coma and is being shown a dire warning that his current actions will lead to horrific consequences of annihilation, with Erebus at the helm through this cult and their death ritual. Very interesting. Very interesting. No, sir, I feel like the temple was specifically chosen for this purpose, though. Yeah. It's all very specific. Do you know what I mean? But it's like Erebus was having a conversation during this ritual that they were doing. Horus and this priestess, not Horus, Erebus and this priestess were having a conversation. And they were basically saying that millions and millions of tiny consequences and tiny things have happened over hundreds and thousands of years to get to this specific point where all these pieces are in place right now, and everything
is like balanced on a knife edge. And it's all down to this moment right here, right now. What happens right here and right now is it. Like, is, you know, like, what everything has been being planned for thousands and thousands of years, maybe even longer. Owen, I think Horus will become the leader of the forces of chaos and the warp. They'll use him to turn all his loyal followers to wage war against the Emperor, and ultimately, I think they will succeed, and they will kill him and throw the galaxy into absolute pandemonium. Ooh. Very interesting. So everything's hinging on Horus right now. And his choice. And what he chooses to do. Because it seems like he's been given a choice, hasn't he? The thing that's wearing Sejanus's face basically said, come with us and we will heal you and give you power. The power to fulfill your ambitions and your will. And he said, and if I don't, and he said, then you'll die. So that's his choice. That's the choice he's been given. Do you know what I mean? So what's he going to do? What's his choice going to be? What are you going to do? You're going to do the right thing. But it will mean you will die. What's going to happen? What is he going to choose? Jacker, I will scream if we don't read book 3. We'll definitely read book 3. Eggy, I'd combine both mine and Owen's theories that these visions I describe will corrupt Horus into turning away from the Emperor and into chaos, leading to the death of the Emperor and the collapse of humanity. Owen, because you look at the ceremony around people thinking Horus was dying, it was like a god had been struck down. They worship him like a god while supposedly being anti-religion. They just use a different name for it. They absolutely can be turned against the Emperor. Just look at the soldiers who beat the piss out of What's-Her-Face, yeah. Nossa, he doesn't want it. He already said his brother should have had his job. That's true. That's true. Owen, what were the exact words used? Emperor-loving bitch. That is true. That is true. That is exactly what he said. Chaka. Oh yeah. Oh, this is how the Emperor got all the power in the first place. See? Now you're thinking in terms of the warp. Chaka. Now you're thinking in terms of the warp. Time doesn't exist in the warp. Everything exists and is happening at the same time all the time in the warp. So like you're thinking there. Now that's a thought, understanding what the warp is. Eggy, Horus is absolutely going to turn chaos and kill the Emperor. Nossa, but his memory is fucked currently still, right? No. No. The second time he awoke on the field, where he could feel the grass and all that shit, he knew who he was, and he remembered everything. Like, well, he remembered everything that he knew before he got stabbed. Obviously, he's been shown things from his birth that he absolutely did not remember or knew. If they're true. Which they might be, or might not be. But do we know the Emperor's story, where he came from, etc.? There is stories, but there's nothing like concrete. There's nothing concrete of where he came from or what he is really. Says he's a man. So, I mean, that's what he says. This is the thing. This is what's amazing about Warhammer 40k. Is that a lot of it is, well, you don't know. You know what you're told, but then different people tell you different things. I'm talking about like in the books and stuff. And a lot of the lore of Warhammer is written from the perspective, not necessarily the stories, but like a lot of the lore when you're reading things, like in like the book, like other books and stuff, is like written from the perspective of whoever, like whatever faction it is. So like a lot of stuff is Imperial records. Now, Imperial records aren't always going to tell you exactly what happened. They're going to tell you what they want you to think happened. It's all propaganda. So it's like you have to like read between the lines on some shit to like be like, well, is that true? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, is that really what happened? Because they're not always going to tell the truth. It's an Imperial fucking record, so it's only ever going to paint the Imperium out in a good light. But we know that the Imperium isn't always great. In fact, it's more often than not really not great. So it's like, it's fucking great, honestly. It's fucking amazing. But the shit with the Emperor is like, you don't know, basically. You don't know what he is. He says he's a man. He says he's not a god. He says he's just a man, a human. But he's like the most powerful entity in the galaxy, so it's like, is he telling the truth? Do you know what I mean? Is he telling the truth? Because he's told all of his sons and his entire empire that there are no such thing as gods. There's no such thing as magic. There's no such thing as, do you know what I mean? Demons or religion or any shit like that. And now we're finding out that that isn't true. So the Emperor so what we know about the Emperor is the Emperor lies. We do know the Emperor lies because we know that he lies. Well, Chaka, the Emperor and Horus were with each other for hundreds of years. When the Emperor found Horus, because he found all his sons, didn't he, one by one, as he went through the galaxy conquering it, and he found Horus, And Horus was the first one he found. And that's why they had such a close relationship. Because for 60 years, it was just Horus and the Emperor. Like, he found Horus, and it wasn't for another 60 years until he found another one of his sons. So that's why they have such a close bond. So they were together a lot. No, it is true. That's definitely true. That's definitely true. That's 100% true. That there's certain things that because everyone knows that those are true, because the Emperor was fighting in the Great Crusade alongside his sons and the Space Marines, and they all saw him. They all used to see him a lot. And if you remember, Loken tells the story of the ascension of Horus to War Master, and the Emperor did it personally. He was there at Ulanor, because remember they flattened an entire mountain to have all of the armies of the Crusade there, or a lot of them, all the armies that were around Ulanor, and the Emperor personally bestowed the title of War Master to him. So they've definitely been in the same place together for a lot. Because Horus was the closest to him. That's definitely true. That's 100% true. That. Yeah. Oh, and we get plenty of recollections from Horus and other Space Marines of them fighting side by side, yeah. Nosset, did Magic Homie ever reach out to his father? We'll have to find out, won't we? We'll have to find out. Eggy, why does this all sound like real life politics? Nosset, so it's religion in cult format. Yeah, there's definitely some cult shit going on there. Well, the thing is, we've seen two different religions, like just in this book. Obviously, there's the Latitio Divinatus, which is the worship of the Emperor as a god, which is completely illegal, completely outlawed. And then we've also got the Davenite cultists that are clearly worshipping chaos. Do you know what I mean? When they do the sacrifice and shit like that. So there's two different religions, like straight off the bat. Owen, I'm now more curious than ever why two Primarchs have already been expunged from history at this point. Yeah. I know. And we don't know. Even now, we don't know. We have no idea. Horus went and put his... You remember how, like, he went to a tank that had the number 11 on? That was one of them. It was the 2nd and the 11th Primarchs that were expunged from history. That's why Horus went up to the tank with the number 11 on and put his hand on it and was, like, sad. Because he was, like, thinking of all the potential of his brother that would never come to pass. Because he knew them. He knew them. They all knew them. They were found. The Emperor found them. And the brothers all knew them. That's why Horus is sad. Because he knew him. He knew both of them. But we don't know. No, sir, I feel like Erebus is in the works with the Chaos Cult. That's definitely true. We saw that in that chapter. Because he did the ritual with them. and was talking to them like he fucking knows them. He did a ritual where they all ate this person's heart. And then the priestess slit his throat. She said, the ritual requires one more thing of you. And he said, what? And then she said, your death. And then slit his throat. Owen, like, what the fuck must they have done if we have a history of Horus and he's going this direction? Yeah. Well, we have no idea. We actually don't know. No idea whatsoever what happened to the lost Primarchs. We have no idea why they were expunged. It's mentioned in one little bit in a book later on. And even then it gives you no information about them or like, but it is mentioned. Like that, where you get a little mention of it there, where Horus like went up to the 11th Primarch's tank and was sad for his brother. But there's a bit where there's like a conversation about it. Well, as much of a conversation as can be had about it. Like, I can't remember what book it's in though. Owen, didn't seem like he knew he was gonna die though. Yeah, I don't think he did. I don't think he did. That priestess was was fucking loving it though, wasn't she? She's just like, you're deaf, dickhead. Nosset, which makes me think Horus is being misled. Yeah, well, this is it. This is it. He could be being misled, but he could also be being told the truth. This is the nature of chaos and the warp. Is it true? It could just as easily be true as it could be false. Nosset, 56 hours is insane. I've spent a work week in here with you hoons. Yeah, and that's only since I changed over to the laptop. That's only for like the past couple of weeks since I've had this laptop. That doesn't include all the time from before the laptop, in the before times. The BLT, before laptop. Jacker, so they need Horus to beat the Emperor, as the Emperor is against all they stand for. Interesting. That's an interesting take on it. Owen, can't believe that Erebus has managed to do all of this and he was only introduced in basically the last chapter of the first book. Rose doomed the universe in 3/4 of a book. Snow, it's in one of the later books of the Heresy. I can't say because it's a huge spoiler. Yeah, don't say. Don't say. That's why I was trying to be like as vague as fuck about it. I can't remember which book it is, but I was trying to not give out any information as much as I can. It's such a good story though. It's such a good fucking story. It's my favorite fictional story. Because it's just so massive and epic. And the stakes are so high. Do you know what I mean? And the consequences are so dire and far reaching. Like, it's just so cool. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just such a sick fucking thing. Snow, Erebus just has a different level of work ethic. Yeah. Yeah.
Erebus knows about the graft, doesn't he? Do you know what I mean? He is grafting. Jacker, I'm still intrigued whether the song Erebus by Aversion's Crown is about the Warhammer Erebus. It could be, but there's also, I think there's also a character in myth. Yeah, the god of darkness in Greek mythology is called Erebus. So it could be about that. Yeah, the god of darkness. Yeah. That'll be where they got Erebus's name from for Warhammer. Eggy, respect to Erebus for the hustle. Still a rancid rat-faced cum-flap though. Yeah, he is a shit. Rob! How you doing, Rob? You alright, mate? Thursday, the seagull tea arrives. Oh my god. Amazing. Amazing. You need to send me fucking photos of that, dude. Snow, there's a reason Warhammer takes up half my bookshelf. Yeah. Warhammer minis take up every single shelf in this room, nearly, apart from that one up there. And those ones, because they're Warhammer paints that are on there. But I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 shelves over there that are all filled with Warhammer or Warhammer books. I've got another massive shelf that goes right along the wall behind me. That's all filled with Warhammer miniatures. Then I've got 3 shelves filled with Warhammer paints and brushes and shit up there. And then I've got another shelf at the top that's filled with bits, boxes and sprues and Warhammer I've not put together yet. It's fucking mental. It's insane. It's fucking insane. I'm obsessed with it. I love it so much. Necrob's good. Been with the in-laws all day. The missus passed the qualifications, so we've been celebrating. Oh, congratulations. Bella, congratulations. That's great. Oh, God. I'm excited now for this book. We're getting into the meat now. All the setup has been done, and now we're here. We've arrived now. Do you know what I mean? If you thought it was all good before, this right now, where we're at right now, this is it. Like, this is the point. Necrob joined and you're shitting on Erebus, wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah. We've just got to the bit, Rob, where Horus is... I have to be careful with what I say. So Horus is in some kind of... Either Horus's consciousness is in the warp. That's established. So I can say that. Horus's consciousness is in the warp. Something taking on the form of Hasta Sejanus, something or someone has taken on the form of Hasta Sejanus and is trying to convince Horus that the Emperor's a piece of shit and he's lied and he stole power from the gods and he lied to you about everything and he's trying to become a god himself and he will abandon you and you will be nothing but police for his empire. Like, do you know what I mean? Yeah, Horus is injured. He's in the temple. He's in his consciousness or his spirit or his soul is in the warp, and this Hasta Sejanus thing is showing him
either visions of maybe a true thing that happened or maybe a false thing that happened. And he's basically showing him things. He's shown him his birth. That's where it's ended. It's shown him his birth, like when they were all the Primarchs, all the brothers were in the tanks, and the warp portal opened, and they all got sucked up into the warp portal and scattered across the galaxy. That's what that point is literally where we're at. And the Emperor walks in either in this vision, or maybe he was actually there, or maybe it's bullshit. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, because you don't know. Like, it's fun. Like, is it real? Is it not? Like, is it true? Is it false? And then the Emperor appears in it and basically says, "Stop what you're doing. Don't go down this road. If you don't turn back now, all will be lost." And then the Emperor just walks away and lets everything be sucked in. And then Horus is fuming because the Emperor's done nothing and just lets the warp storm take him. And that is literally where we've ended the chapter. That is it. That's where we're at. So Horus has to make his choice. What's he going to choose? Owen, I'm 100% certain of that. What with the talk of the veil he was wearing, meaning he would take on the form of someone Horus loves. Something being Erebus. Necrob, when the book's split, do you know which way you're going to go? Not yet. Not yet. I do have... I've got First Heretic and Betrayer, but I need to see where in the timeline they go, if you know what I mean. So I'll look at that when we get towards the end of the third book. Necrob, is there much mention of my boy Kurz in these books? He has been mentioned, but only in passing. Like, he's not turned up or anything. He's been mentioned by Horus, like, in passing. Nosset, what do you mean when the book's split? Oh, dude. Do you know how many books are in this series? The whole story. So basically, the first 3 books are the ones that we're reading. We're on book 2 now. And then after that, it goes. There's like fucking 70 books or something. It's fucking insane. So the best thing to do, is it 57? Right, yeah, 57 then. 57 books. There's 65. Right, okay, yeah. I knew there was fucking insane amount. Yeah, so basically after the first 3 books, it like you could basically choose different plot threads to follow. It's an insane amount, but it's such a big story. There's a lot going on and there's a lot of characters. You got to remember, this is galaxy wide. This is a fucking galaxy. The last book is in 3. Is it in 3 parts? I think the very last book is in like 3 parts. Yeah, 3 parts, and they're fucking massive. Massive. massive books. 3 massive books is the last book. So we're gonna have to. I mean, I'll look into it. So like none of yous who are doing the story as it comes on the streams. So you guys can avoid spoilers. I'll look into what the best like route is, if you know what I mean. To like do the main story. Like what the best books are, basically. The other 2 books that I've got that are up there, which is The First Heretic and The Betrayer, will definitely read them, because those books are fucking well good. We'll definitely read those 2, because they are well good. The Night Lord books, yeah, they are really, really good. Are they the Aaron Dembski Bowden ones? The Night Lord ones, if it's the Dembski Bowden ones, they're fucking well good. But yeah, it's what the joy in this for me, because obviously I know the entire story. I've not read all the books, but I know everything that happens. The joy in this for me is seeing you guys in the chat that don't know. Do you know what I mean? And seeing how you're perceiving the events that are happening and what you think's going to happen is fucking great. It's fucking sick. Infinite and the Divine, that's Trazin and what's he fucking called? The other Necron. Does it begin with an O? Sure, it begins with an O. They're always like arguing and shit, aren't they? Jack, the joy is to see our brain going poof. I enjoyed it when I explained to you a bit about the warp, and you were all like, "Fuck." Oricon, yeah, Trazin and Oricon, yeah, it's fucking great. Yeah, Rob, it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, because when we got into it, we kind of already knew what happened as an introduction. Yeah, 100%. It is nice seeing people react to something we just took as, oh, that's what it is. Like, do you know what I mean? It's fucking great. Like, seeing it play out and seeing people's reaction to what's happening, it's fucking amazing. It's so good. And it's also amazing for me because I get to share my, I was going to say my hobby, but my fucking obsession with you guys. Which is also amazing, like, for me. Jacker, I would have sworn I wouldn't like these stories or be bored, but no, I'm addicted. It's a fucking great story. It's a great, great, great story. It's so good. And it only gets better now. Because this is, like I said, this point that we're at right now is everything, literally everything is hanging in the balance right now at this point where we're at, which is why I read, because usually I'll read 2 chapters, but I knew what the next chapter was, and I was like, we have to read this chapter and stop it here, because this is the point where we're at, where everything's on the knife edge. The fate of fucking everything is hanging in the balance right now with Horus on what he chooses to do. Owen, I'm honestly so glad the books are the place I started. Yeah. Because it's phenomenal. Yeah. I wish, I genuinely wish I could have the experience that you're having now. Do you know what I mean? And going through all this for the first time, not knowing, going in blind, and it all just playing out in front of me. Because like Rob said, like that's an experience that we never got because of the nature of getting into 40k. Because I got into 40k for the models and the game and all that shit when I was a kid. So as you're getting into that, the lore and the stories come secondary. And by that point, you've read rule books and shit that tell you the things that happened. Like, so it's like you already know. Like, do you know what I mean? You already know the meat of it. Gonna have to start a 40k themed band. No, I already did. That Space Marine Loki boy song. Bolt thrower. Well played, Nasser. Well played, mate. Oh, that's fucking amazing. Jacker, you should have like Warhammer hours with young people, Slam King. You're so good at getting all intrigued. Plus Warhammer should sponsor you. I wish. I just like, you know what I mean? I'd love that. I'd never get anything done though. Warhammer kept sending me free Warhammer. I'd never get anything done. I'd just be fucking... I'd just be opening boxes of fucking Warhammer. I'd have more Warhammer that I've not finished. Owen, there's something about a written story that is so much more captivating than any other medium. Yeah, I agree. It's because, like, when you read in a book, you're picturing everything in your mind. Do you know what I mean? It's not being shown to you. You're showing yourself by what's written on the page. So you're imagining it in your head as you're reading it. So the visual becomes yours. Do you know what I mean? The words are the words of the author. But what you see when you read those words is your own. Like, which is why I think a lot of people can, if you get into reading a book, it's like it becomes more of a connection to them, if you know what I mean. Necrob, something that you never knew when it was early days, was the tragedy behind it all. When I started, McCrag had just happened. Yeah, but that's all the stuff that they filled in. Like, after the fact. Do you know what I mean? Like, they do all these things, and then it's like, because you had the main meat of the story, and then they fill in all the rest with the books, like the storybooks. Do you know what I mean? Jacker, just tag them in your Warhammer reels. I don't want them to sue me. Probably tell me to take them down.
I tell you what I am looking forward to, though.
What I'm really looking forward to. And it's like, I've got like apprehension in my stomach about it. Is the Amazon Warhammer show that they're doing. The Warhammer 40,000 show that they're doing, the one that Henry Cavill's doing. And the apprehension is only because I don't think they'll do it as grim dark as it needs to be. Do you know what I mean? I think to do Warhammer 40,000 justice, you really have to show what it is. And it's not good. Do you know what I mean? It's a horrible, horrible place to live. For everyone. None of it is good. And I don't think that they'll pull the trigger and show what it really is. It's called grimdark for a reason. Like, do you know what I mean? And I just don't think that. I don't think that production studio company as big as Amazon will like roll the dice on something as grim as what Warhammer is. Do you know what I mean? From the Lagoon! How you doing, mate? Big love. How's your day been, Lagoon? Snow, I'm equal parts excited and terrified for that show. Yeah, so am I. That's exactly how I feel. Owen, I don't think Henry Cavill would sign up if it wasn't legit. He's like, honest to God, proper nerd. No, I have absolute 100% faith in Henry Cavill because I know how obsessed with Warhammer he is. Like, that's his hobby, is Warhammer. That's his thing. And I know that he would want to do it justice, but I don't think that Amazon Studios will let them do it what it should be. I think it'll be watered down. Nossa, I don't know, man. Amazon let the boys happen. Yes, but for all the outrageousness, edginess, and gore and shit that's in the boys, it's supplemented and balanced with humor. Do you know what I mean? There's a joke like every fucking 10 minutes or whatever to cut the tension. If you took all the jokes and the humor out of the boys, it'd be fucking horrible. So they use humor to balance out. You can't do that with Warhammer. Because it's not that. Do you know what I mean? From the Lagoon, double watching on YouTube and Twitch, so it's twice as much Queech over here. Amazing! Fucking pump my numbers up, Lagoon.
Necrob, I don't want Amazon to be all Space Marines and how the good boys with morals and want to save the people. Exactly, because they're not. None of them are.
There are no goodies in Warhammer. None of them are good. There's just bad and worse. Like, that's what Warhammer is. Do you know what I mean? Space Marines need to be in the show for like 5 minutes in the entire show to show how rare they are in reality. Yes and no, because it depends what the story's about. Do you know what I mean? If you're gonna do something like, if you're gonna do a story that revolves around Space Marines, they're gonna be in it all the time. It depends where they're gonna go with it. Do you know what I mean? It depends what it's about. So maybe if they do something like maybe about an Inquisitor or something like that, then yeah, Space Marines should be rare. I mean, Inquisitors will come in contact with Space Marines more than a soldier would, but still. It depends on what the budget is, though. But I mean, if you can throw $500 million at that fucking Lord of the Rings thing that they did. They spent $500 million on the first season of that Lord of the Rings TV show they did. If they do it right, it'll be amazing. But I just feel like they won't pull the trigger on how bad it is. Lagoon, good day. Just got done editing, about to eat dinner. Oh, nice. What are you having for your dinner? Necrob, Warhammer goes into xenophobia and religion heavy. So, yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is what I mean. There's already been, like, fucking arguments about them wanting to do female Space Marines and shit. And it's like, well, do you know what I mean? In the law, it's like, this isn't a nice place. Do you know what I mean? I'm all for equality, but there is no equality in Warhammer 40k because it's a horrible fucking place. So it's like shit like that. It's like, you get what I mean? It's like, this isn't a good place. There is not gonna be like nice things in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
That's the point of it. It's not supposed to be nice. It's supposed to be shit. Like, it's supposed to be a shit place to live, to exist. Like, none of it's good.
do you know what I'm saying?
So it's shit like that. It's like, oh, are you gonna show us how truly shit it is?
Or are you gonna make it like nice? Like, because it's not. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's like, you gotta do it and show it what it is. It's grimdark. It's horrible. Nothing's nice. Exactly, Rob. There you go. In Warhammer, the only equality that exists is that everyone is a number and a statistic, and the number 1 means nothing when you're defending billions. Yeah, it means fuck all. It's a horrible place to live. It's not good. It's fucked. Like, so that's my worry about it, is are they gonna show you just how shit of an existence this is? Like, that's my worry. I'm just like, eesh. Chaka, they should do these 3 books. I think that they should do this story, but the budget required would be fucking insane. Like I said, you've seen nothing yet. So this is like the fucking prologue where we're at. And we're nearly 2 books in, and it's, I would say this is the fucking prologue. Like,
because to me, this story is the story that starts it all.
but to be able to do that is just like, you're talking billions. Billions. So no, Sisters of Battle are cool. Sisters of Battle are one of the coolest armies. Scarlet has Sisters of Battle. They're so sick. They're fucking mental. Like, how cool they are. Necrob, you'd need 20 seasons and billions in budget to do the... Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying. That, I mean, it is the perfect story to do, but you wouldn't be able to do it. Like, it's unfilmable, I think, because of the sheer scale of it. Like, think about the biggest battle. Like, the biggest battle, I'm talking, like, the most, like, bodies on screen that you've ever seen in any movie or TV ever. And it's nowhere near, like, the scale of the battles. Like, we're talking millions. Millions of people. Like, it's fucking... Cypher's Kane's doable. Yeah, it is. Eisenhorn's doable. My only worry with that is, like, if they do that and it's not as popular, and then it'll go nowhere, and they'll pull the plug on it. Do you know what I mean? Because if you do something with Space Marines, it's people are gonna watch it. People are going to watch it. Look at that Space Marine game. Look how popular that was. Because it's Space Marines. This is the thing. It's like, look how everyone raved about that secret level with the Space Marines in. It's because it's Space Marines. So if they don't do Space Marines, I fear that it's not going to do well, like, ratings wise. And then they'll just pull the plug on it because it'll be too expensive. Gaunt's Ghosts. Yeah, that would be good. But again, it's like, it's the same problem. I think for the first thing they do, they're gonna have to do something with Space Marines, because people won't watch it otherwise. I'd be surprised. Nosset, they can definitely fuck it up. Cough, cough, Halo. Yeah, they fucked that up real bad. Real bad. Necrob, give me a Krieg on Frax mini-season and I'm happy. Yeah, absolutely, but we're saying that because we're fans. We're already fans. So we would watch it. But I think the general public wouldn't. Do you know what I mean? But you still, because I mean, look at how many people bought Space Marine 2 and played Space Marine 2. And they weren't into Warhammer. And now they're into Warhammer because of Space Marine 2. It's Space Marines, man. That's why that's why Games Workshop pushes Space Marines on everything. All the time. Because they're the most popular thing. They're iconic. That's my only worry. Is if they don't pull the trigger and do a Space Marine thing first, people won't watch it, and then Amazon will just be like, well, I'm not pouring any money into that, no one's watching it. Krieg? Why do you feel like you know the name Krieg? Krieg means war in German, doesn't it? Fall of Cadia would be amazing, but requires so much explaining. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with a lot of it, is the amount of exposition that is needed for you to understand what the fuck is going on. Which is why, for me, start at the beginning. Do this series. Do this, what we're reading now. You'd have to, like, because that way you don't have to explain it, because it's being explained as it's going on. But they won't. They'll probably do something with Space Marines and Tyranids. It'll be Ultramarines and Tyranids. They'll probably make a fucking Titus fucking TV series. Do you know what I mean? Necrop, I had this thought in my head, which is I want people like yourself and Will Ramos to voice Tyranids so they'd have that organic but alien and human sound to them. Yeah, that'd be sick. They should definitely do that. Get fucking vocalists to do the noise for the Tyranids. It would fucking sound sick. Chaka, I want a Steamy Logan series. Snow. Tyranids are the most boring Xenos in my opinion, and they're still cool. I like Tyranids. I think Tau are the most boring Tyranids. Tau are the most boring Xenos. There's just nothing I like about them. Nothing at all tickles my pickle about Tau. I'm just not into him at all. And I never have been. Like, I remember when Tau first came out. I was collecting Warhammer when Tau came out and they were a new race. And I was just like, they look dumb. And I've never liked him. I've never liked him. There's just something about him. It just doesn't look right to me. In Warhammer, it just doesn't suit it. Do you know what I mean? I always just felt like they looked like square Eldar. Like, I was just like, meh. Not really into him. Slam King, imagine Warhammer but in Baldur's Gate 3 style. Yes, there is. There is. It's called Rogue Trader. There is a game exactly like that called Rogue Trader. See if I can show you actually. I'll see if I can show you. See if I can show it you now. Yeah, an RPG game. 1 minute. Let me... Give me a second. Trying to fucking... What have I done? Done the wrong thing. Right, here we go. You move me down here. Oh Christ, that's loud, isn't it?
Rogue traders, daring explorers who benefit benefit from a unique style of freedom, normally unheard
Danny
of
David
in
Bennett has followed. Welcome.
with means to decide
Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow.
regions of space.
We're just checking out the Warhammer 40,000 RPG Rogue Trader.
And power. And they do not venture alone. Their crew contains some of the galaxy's most unique denizens. Unsanctioned psychers, strange Xenos, servants of the Inquisition, and even space marines of the Adeptus Astartes. Ulfa is a lone space wolf survivor whose pack was defeated by the murderous Drukari. All of them are ready to follow you on the battlefield.
So it's
where their unique skills can
very
be the
similar.
deciding factor between victory
It's about as
and
similar to
defeat.
a Baldur's Gate style game as Warhammer's gonna get.
Might lies in their personal rulership and the
I'd imagine.
resource-rich world
It's an RPG anyway.
control. This is what makes them such dominant figures. Even still, the enemies of humanity
Necrons.
are numerous, and they
Eldar.
will not relinquish an opportunity to strike.
Dark Eldar. Are they Dark Eldar? I
Most
couldn't
of
tell.
all, a ghastly peril lurks. An insidious corruption which works to undermine the strength of the Imperium's most staunch defenders. Chaos.
Yeah, baby.
Only with uncompromising
Yeah.
zeal and steadfast faith can rogue traders withstand the lure of the ruling
Chaos.
powers. And those who succumb to the darkness risk a calamitous fate in exchange for their soul. Only madness.
Oh, look at him. Word bearer, baby. Hell yeah. Yeah, so there we go. That's Rogue Trader, which is literally a Warhammer 40,000 RPG. I think it's supposed to be quite difficult though, from what I've read or seen about it. It's supposed to be quite difficult, but it does look pretty good. Maybe that's something to do in the future. Necrob, Jay, in your years of touring, is there anyone else you could out as a massive Warhammer nerd? Yeah. Cole from Angel Maker. And a few of the Organectomy lads are Warhammer nerds. Yep. There's a few of us out there. Metal and Warhammer goes hand in hand. I'm telling you now. Snow, I want a game that lets me play as an Eldari. They're my favourite. Are they your favourite? Fair play. You don't see too many fucking Eldar players anymore. It were really when I first started getting into Warhammer, when I was like, I don't know, 12 or 13, whatever. There was loads of Eldar players, loads, and Dark Eldar had just come out, like literally just come out, so they were popular as well. But nowadays, you don't see too many Dark Eldar or Eldar players. Most Xenos players are either Tyranids, Necrons, or Orcs. Yeah, we need more Eldar players, Snow. We need more Eldar players. Eldar representation needs upping. You know what I mean? obviously the avatar of Cain model is fucking chef's kiss, right? But out of all the Eldar models that I like, what's that guy with Yvraine? What's that geezer who's with Yvraine? I can't remember his fucking name. Whoever he is, he looks sick. But I can't remember his fucking name. Obviously, Malgan Ra's amazing as well. And Fugin's sick as well. Jane Zar's cool. I like Jane Zar as well. But who's the geezer who's with Yvraine? She has that fucking meathead who's with her, and I can't remember what he's called, and he looks so beyond sick.
Yeah, the Avatar of Cain always gets bodied.
It's not a god though, is it? It's just like a shard of a god. Like, kind of. Kind of like the Catan.
But the Avatar of Cain mini is fucking awesome.
I need to find out who's the geezer who's with Yvraine. Yvraine. Who's with her? The Visage! The Visage! Snow, I'm gonna be going in a minute. Just want to have a look at the Visage. Is that the one that I mean? Yeah, he looks cool as fuck. He looks like a fucking Chaos Warrior, dude. Right. Hey, Absolute and Terror Trooper. How you doing? You fell asleep. Did you fall asleep while I was reading? Because that's kind of, I mean, that's kind of what it's for. It is a bedtime story.
Yeah, Chaka, I'm gonna bounce as well. I hope your fever gets better, and I hope you feel better tomorrow. Get some sleep.
But I am gonna bounce now. Terror Trooper, your voice is just perfect for it. There we go. That's the whole point. It's a bedtime story. Get comfy, get a cup of tea, get your blankets, get comfy and listen and fall asleep. That's it. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. Right, guys, I'm gonna bounce. I will be back on tomorrow, 6:30, or maybe just a bit after. It depends what time Jane gets home from work and that, but let's say 6:30 as usual, but I might be like 5 or 10 minutes late, but we'll see. I might be on time. But yeah, thanks again for hanging out with me. Cheers for enjoying the stream. Thanks for the subs. Just thanks for everything you do for me. I appreciate you more than I can ever say. But I will speak to you all in the Discord. If you're new to the channel and you haven't joined our Discord, please do join our Discord. We've got an amazing community of people. Everybody's super, super cool. I'll pop that link in there. There you go. There's a Discord link there for anyone who's new to the channel. Click that link, introduce yourself, make a shitload of new friends, and there's loads of channels. in there for all different types of hobbies, all interests, everything. So you'll find something in there, and everyone's always chatting because everyone's from all over the world. So there's always chats going on. It's amazing. Best Discord in the world. Right, guys, I'm gonna bounce. It's 11:30, so, and I think I had about 3 hours sleep last night, so I need to go and get some sleep. I need to go and take my wavy hair and get in bed. But yeah, thanks as always. You guys are the best. Love yous to bits. And I'll see you all tomorrow, and I'll chat to you in the Discord. Peace and fucking love. Mwah. Good night, everyone.